Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session where we were talking about the burning trends in higher education. I'm Ian Wilhelm. I'm a deputy managing editor at the Chronicle. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Goldie Blumenstyk.
Hi, Ian.
How are you? That was, by the way, that was Goldie's choice for her walk-on music. Just to be clear, that's because she says she's a Jersey girl. She had to have the boss. So, and of course, this is Nancy Gonzales, the provost at Arizona State University. Nancy, thanks for being here. So the plan for today was to talk about the Chronicle's latest issue of the Trends Report. We're not going to do that. Nancy had a fun idea that, Nancy, I'd love for you to introduce and to say we're going to change things up a little bit today.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the tables a bit here. So in August of this past year, Goldie made the announcement that she would be stepping down and retiring. And you know, we've all, if you're in higher education or higher education adjacent, you know, the Chronicle and the Edge, the newsletter from the Chronicle, are part of your regular feed. We're always used to hearing what Goldie has to say about trends in higher education, about the issues, and sort of relying on her reporting. And so she's now stepped down, so we thought it's time for us to interview her instead of the typical role that she plays. So we're excited to be able to do that, and it's a good time to have Goldie reflect on where we are in higher education once again. So first of all, Goldie, congratulations on retirement.
Thanks very much. Thank you, everybody. That's really nice.
Curious, has all of what's happened since you announced in August changed your mind?
No. I've been a reporter for 44 years, 36 years at the Chronicle, and 8 years before that at the Orlando Sentinel. And I actually don't know that I have the stomach to do right now what needs to be done in reporting on higher education right now. So, I mean, I'm watching carefully, and I'm not enjoying very much of what I see, but I don't know that I want to come back to it right now.
Well, we'll get into some of that. Before we do, I'm curious to have you mentioned in your article when you announced that you would be stepping out, that you were going to keep your hands in it. So tell us what that means.
I mean, it means basically showing up at events like this. I was at a few other convenings in the last year. I mean, and sort of staying in touch with some of the issues that really mattered to me the most. Over time, the opportunities for adult and parent students to continue to go to college, making sure, actually thinking a little bit about this moment in higher education, even pre the political change. Higher ed is sort of at this was already at this inflection point with the expansionist era ending and sort of this new era of contraction and constraint, and watching how the business models and the financial models evolve. So issues like that, and also, frankly, I've always been very interested in the role higher education plays in fostering the best ideals of American democracy, the best ideals of American pluralism. So those are the issues, primarily the ones that I've been following, or intend to keep following, the ones I care about the most.
So let's talk a little bit about this. You mentioned, that you saw a lot of this emerging, and so the crisis that we're facing now is in some ways, it's not entirely new, and you've been through a lot of crises in your nearly 4 decades doing this. So tell us, do you see this moment, whether you call it a moment or existential kind of crisis or whatever terminology we're using, do you see this as just a continuation of where we were, or is this something different that we're seeing?
If you had asked me this question in January, I would have said this was the culmination of a lot of trends that we'd been seeing over time. Obviously, been a lot of ups and downs over the years. We've had, we had the recession in the 90s. We had the Great Recession in 2007. We had, and then we had, of course, COVID. And I thought all of those were pretty tumultuous events in higher education. This other thing that had been building, what I call sort of the end of the expansionist era, that's been sort of a 10-year thing, fueled by things that colleges have done, fueled by the demographic cliffs that are coming. And I thought that was sort of a slow-moving, terrible set of trends affecting higher education. But I think what's happening right now in the political environment, frankly, I'm a little freer to say some of this now that I've retired, I think it's a very scary and dangerous time for American higher education. And I think the threats that we're seeing coming out of this new administration, and in some cases enabled by Congress, by their action and by, frankly, their inaction, could fundamentally undermine a lot of what America has counted on as an engine of opportunity, as an engine of stability, and an engine of economic growth, it could be devastated in a few months.
I want to get into some of those issues specifically that the administration has put at the forefront to higher education, but I also want to ask you about what underpins it potentially when it comes to the public sentiment about higher education and the concerns that is talked quite a bit about at Summit, which is the ROI, the concern that basically that the degree does not pay off, it costs too much, and too many Americans and American families feel like it is not worth it.
All that's real. I heard Michael Crow yesterday say, there's grass fires. There's a grass fire out there, and grass fires can rage really fast and overtake you very fast. And certainly, I think higher education helped dry out the grass over the years. I don't know how to carry this analogy too far. We'll just stop it with that. There's a lot of things that higher ed has done clumsily or wrong over the last 10, 20 years. I think the ROI conversation is one of the best examples of that. They let the higher education, they let the debate of higher education become very reductive. I still remember very early on people were talking about get that college degree and you'll earn $1 million more. Well, I think that was a great argument, sounded like a really great argument at the time, but I think over time it's the one that's kind of come back and bit higher ed in the behind. There's a lot of other transfers too hard. It's really hard. The college became really unaffordable for a lot of people, and certainly there's a lot of ways higher education sort of like I said, let the grass get dried out. But something else is happening right now, which is a little scarier. And this is not a threat of lightning now suddenly coming. This is sort of somebody lighting a match. But I'm not saying higher education is blameless. The industry, the sector, got a little alienated from a lot of the population, so that's a problem. But I don't think that's what we're facing right now.
So in terms of that, all of that, and what you see as we move forward, I know a lot of people are sort of trying to figure out how we navigate this and how we both, see the real threats, as you said, and you've outlined some of those threats, but also see how we need to move forward in a productive way, how one does that. You've seen a lot of responses in higher education at other moments of crises, so what do you think the higher education sector response should be?
More than what we've been seeing so far. But before I say that, I want to think about something else, because it's not that dark in here. I can see a lot of you. How many people in the room are kind of from the business side of higher education? Not necessarily at an institution, but at a company or a vendor who does business with higher ed. Okay, not that many. I wish there were more of them in the room, because I guess what I would say right now is after watching, this might get me thrown out of GSV, I don't know. After watching the government, and just in the last few months, withhold grants from universities because they disagree with the role of what a governor said, after watching the government attempt to cancel contractually agreed upon overhead rates between universities, after watching the government revoking international students' visas, including some from our host institution here today, after watching the government decimate the NIH and the NSF and all the other organizations that are going to provide not only the cures for cancer for our families, but also create the scientific pipeline for our future. After watching all that, I've been sitting here wondering, frankly, thinking about all the companies that have been coming to GSV since even before I started coming here in 2013, how many billions of dollars these industries have made off the backs of higher education and off the backs of students. Where are you? I mean, you're in the room, so you're all here, but like, where are these companies right now? This sector is being attacked in ideological ways, not legally, and not really on policy issues, but sort of for reasons that are not logical, in my opinion, but I think in many people's opinions. Where is the industry here? Why aren't the industry that sort of has got itself rich off this sector for so many years, where is that industry right now? I have not seen op-eds from companies. I have not seen I've seen op-eds from other kinds of organizations supporting higher education. I have not, maybe I missed it, and if I did miss it, I apologize. But I have not seen the higher education industry, the business sector, respond at all. These are your customers, these are your clients, these are your, these are also the institutions that provide you the intellectual capital for your own companies. Where are they? I don't know where they are. And I feel awful. After coming to this meeting for so many years, I feel awful to know that, that the silence is so great.
Goldie, you had a quote you said to me a couple weeks ago that there may be some folks who say, hey, for the sake of the dismantling of the education department, we heard from Linda McMahon this morning, that the secretary, a little bit about what they're keeping, what they may not keep. But there is concern that there is some folks who may say, hold it, we've been long advocating for a different approach here. We've been long advocating for a clean slate, perhaps even a disruption. But as you said to me, this is not disruption, this is destruction.
This is destruction.
And so how would you sort of think about those two different things? Yes, I think a lot of people at this conference want this type of disruption because we know that students are not being served in the way that we want them to. There are outliers here for sure. But on the other hand, what you're seeing here is maybe something different than just saying, hey, we're cleaning slate in order to do better.
If you think transfer is screwed up in this country, I do. I think transfer is really poorly done. Why would you cut grants that are now studying the problems with transfer and ways to improve it? That's what they just did with the IES grants, and destroying that sector. There is such a, I mean, taking down, I know there are probably people out there, maybe not in this room apparently, but there are probably people out there who think this is great, we'll just start with a clean slate. It sounds really nice, except the reality is you cannot always build back after a destructive force like this. You lose expertise, you lose time, you lose money. By the way, you also waste a lot of money because you're throwing out a lot of stuff that's already 3/4 done, and so it's not even fake. The ostensible efficiency of this is not even real. So I just don't get it, honestly. I think the sector there needs to be a lot of prodding on this sector and a lot of pushing and but the way to do it is to not just basically tear it down. I mean, I don't know, well, maybe some people think that. Personally, I don't want to, I've reported on higher education for a long time. I started as a state reporter at the Chronicle in 1988. One of the first things I learned by covering all these various states was how much states, Republican and Democratic states, were relying on their educational systems to build their economies. Not just the higher ed sector, but all their economies. So whatever was wrong with the systems, maybe, transfer is broken, a lot of the adult students don't get served as well as they could be. There's a lot of things I could identify that are wrong with this thing, but why would you want to just destroy the very thing that builds your economy, that creates your future? I don't get it.
So, yes, thank you for that very much. And
I should
Goldie
say,
promised that we would get Goldie uncensored. Yeah. But the truth is, I don't know that she ever has been censored.
And believe me, I'm not sitting here trying to be an apologist for the education department. They frustrated the hell out of me when I was a reporter. I filed FOIA requests, and 2 years later, I'd get back my information on a CD-ROM. We couldn't even find a CD-ROM in the office to play the data. But again, that's not necessarily even all their fault, because I'm sure they would have rather give it to me in a little disk. They didn't have the technology to do that kind of stuff. But let's not fool ourselves. If you cut half the education department, you're not going to be able to do all the things that you're constitutionally required to do, even if you think some of these things were woke or silly or whatever. You can't have 3 people in IAS do the job that hundreds of people did before. The federal student financial aid system, if you want students to be able to go to college, they need to be able to get their Title IV grants, and they need to be able to get their student loans. And they also need to be able to get their student loans serviced after they graduate. You cannot decimate these offices and then pretend you're still going to have an operating American higher education system. It sounds great for them. Oh, we're cutting costs. That's not working. That's not going to work. It's going to be broken.
So, yes, and I think that there's also a need for those of us in positions where we have to keep moving forward to look for ways to position ourselves to be part of the building, because we can't give up on the promise of higher education, and look for those things that we all need to be doing to position ourselves. So, for example, that we don't discourage the whole next generation of scientists from coming into the universities.
I don't know how you're going to do that. I think it's like it's vitally important, and I had admiration every single day for all the people who are working in higher education right now, who are still trying to encourage young people and older people, because I always want to remember the older students who are in college, that there is a future coming forward. But I think your challenge has now been made 10 times harder than it was last week or 2 weeks ago or 6 months ago. But because we still need scientists, we still need people who can study the climate. By the way, the climate change, just because you say climate change isn't happening, it's still going to happen, with whether you want to say it or not. How do you think about it, Nancy?
Well, I think that we do still need all of that, and we need the solution to the transfer problem, and we need the solution to students who felt left behind and not included, and that means all students, and we need to find a way to keep moving forward with building a better society. So for me, we need to stay focused on those things and positioning ourselves, and I think we're in the middle of a huge storm, and you know, the fire hasn't completely decimated the entire territory. We have to keep trying to work to build and with what we have, and kind of figure out what is it we all need to do to move forward. And maybe one thing, there's no doubt, I mean, bad things are happening, and we're in a really dark time, but again, we need to be looking to the future, and I think that's actually one of the things that GSV is all about, is designing a better future, and you know, very much focused on technology. So you know, I think we can't lose sight of the fact that that's also part of what we need to be doing. You also mentioned another part of what got us here, the conditions that dried out the grass, and you know, being the public sentiment, and you're a communicator. So I'm curious about what can we do better about communicating the value of higher education? How are we telling our stories or not telling our stories in ways that we can connect with our communities?
This one's a baffling one for me. And I was actually thinking about it in the same context, because I feel like right now, higher ed and government writ large kind of have the same problem, because I think only now are people in the government and people in the population realizing, oh yeah, Social Security, I do care about that. Oh yeah, cancer research, I do care about that. And so people didn't always necessarily understand what all the places that government touched them, and I don't think people always necessarily understand all the places that higher education has an impact. And I think in a way this is it's a challenging time, because this is a kind of a local story. Everybody needs to kind of tell this story in their own community, in their own ways. That's the advice I often hear about, you know, but there are fewer ways to tell that story locally, because there are, sadly, fewer news organizations locally that can do that. But we do have other means. We have social media. We have there are other tools to reach people right now, and they're not as, they're a lot more siloed, I guess, and they're not as mainstream as before, but so you have to almost do it through social media. You have to, not necessarily meta, but you have to make the connections. And the part, there are alumni bases. I mean, all these universities have alumni bases, and they have community connections, and you have great connections. Obviously, you've got connections all over your state and other states where you operate. I think you have to use those networks in ways that, like before you were using those networks maybe to draw in resources, and now you have to maybe reverse the role of those networks and use them to communicate outward to yourselves, and not in a kind of a propaganda sort of like alumni magazine sort of, you know, rah-rah way, but I think there has to be just a lot more direct communication. It's harder today than it would have been even 20 years ago to do that, because just the media landscape has changed so dramatically also. I mean, it's also the government's problem. It's harder for that message to get communicated back out, because the media landscape is so fragmented. But it's not, universities, I mean, it's sort of funny to me as I think about it, because in DC, people talk a lot about all the power of the higher ed lobby. Well, like right now, number one, we're not really seeing so much power on the higher ed lobby. It seems to be really kind of fragmented. But also the power of colleges, and as fundraisers, like you know this from covering philanthropy, everyone always talked about how, you know, people were sort of jealous of colleges because they had this like innate base of support. You know, it was easier to be a college fundraiser than to be a fundraiser for a lot of other kinds of organizations. I think now colleges have to sort of turn back to those networks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be very curious about that, if they can find ways to connect and make their story known locally, as you said. And I do think that makes a lot of sense, though. I'm also curious about the ability to speak with one voice nationally. I think this is one of those easy things I think we talk about in the Chronicle office why doesn't higher education come together and talk with more of one voice? Well, because it's diverse,
Right.
because it has lots of different segments to it, and that's its power, that's its potential, that's its what makes it one of the best systems in the country, though it's not really a system, even though we use that word. But I am curious about, do you feel like that there could be a moment here where there's more of a central voice, and do you think that's coming from some of the associations? Because as we've covered, we have seen the associations really step up, it seemingly.
In a big way.
ACE, I just give them credit. I think they're out there in a way talking and about to their constituents also filing onto a lawsuit, which we've never really seen before. So I do think there is some movement here to have something of a collective voice, if from the associations working together perhaps on this issue.
I think that's going to be crucial. I'm thinking a little bit about the way that some law firms have and have not responded to the attacks on the law firms. I think there's now more than 400 law firms that have signed on to the friend of the court brief for that law firm Perkins Coie, that the administration has kind of targeted them primarily because they don't like who they're representing, which feels very un-American to me. But I feel like in some way that I was proud to sort of see that that there were a lot of law firms responding. Unfortunately, a few weren't. Actually, one of the bigger law firms that has joined one of these coalitions is Cooley, which I know is a major sponsor here. I'm not here shouting out sponsors, but it just happened to notice that, and a lot of us have gone on that ship every year, so I thought I would mention that. It's been really striking to me, though, not just ACE did that lawsuit on federal grants and the overhead rates, but also IHEP just sued the government over the attacks on the NCI under the IES attack. So we're starting to see a little bit more of that association. I mean, as we pointed out in that trends report that's now on the ground there, there's a little danger in that too, because there are ways that the government can try to use the antitrust laws against higher education when they start to believe that they're acting in a cartel or something like that. So schools have to be kind of careful about it, but I think associations are sort of, or maybe other kinds of coalitions of cause are probably the appropriate way to do that.
So the trends report is there on the ground.
It's not like we don't love it.
It's still worth reading.
It's really worth reading, and Ian can tell you how to get a copy of that.
So what do you want us to know about the trends report that it becomes maybe even more important for us to know in this moment, given what's happened, since that came out?
Well, there's a few fundamental things in there that are still really important. We talk about the growth in online education. It's now more than half of all students are now taking at least one online course, and that growth has kind of picked up since, there was a COVID wave, but then the wave has kind of continued, and that's accelerated. Another interesting trend in that report, which is, again, a plus and minus for higher ed at this moment, probably a little bit more of a minus, is just sort of what they call it, the Cold War between the faculty and the administration. And unfortunately, that's been building for a long time too, and this is a really bad time to have that kind of tension on campuses. Probably would be much better if there was a lot more coalescence between those two organizations, those two sectors. But frankly, those sectors have never loved each other. It's always that tension's been growing for a while, and I think there's two other trends in there that are kind of not of this moment, but they're just kind of interesting to me. One is kind of about, the two of them are sort of about sports. One is about sports betting, the rise of sports betting, especially among college men, and the other one is kind of about sort of the coming financialization, maybe is the right word for it. All the money now sort of in intercollegiate athletics with the name and likeness and image stuff. Just sort of, it's just an ironic thing at the same time, because college sports still kind of stands over here. Money, energy, attention, good attention, bad attention. College sports doesn't seem to get much harmed by everything else that's going on at the same time. There's a lot of attacks on higher education for ideological reasons, for what I consider maybe some spurious some real concerns, and then some spurious concerns about anti-Semitism on campus. Meanwhile, this whole other sector of higher education, of the big-time athletics, just kind of grows and doesn't really get affected by the conversation, which I think is kind of curious.
Oh, yeah, it's an interesting time. We've got, rapid acceleration of innovations and technologies. At the same time, we've got all the disruptions that we're talking about here today, and then all the disruptions and changes in athletics all at once. So
Yeah.
there's a lot coming at us all at once. It sort of really seems like a period of, redesign is needed.
But there's something, but like last night, I'm sure those basketball games have gotten really high ratings. People aren't hating on that, right? So everyone hates higher education supposedly, but they're still watching the games. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to reflect on that. I've got my my nephew who's going to Alabama starting in the fall, and I've reminded my mother-in-law, who is very excited about this aspect, and he's certainly excited about the sports. And I would say, hey, don't forget that the biomedical research center is also under fire for its great research, and there's just sort of this complete disconnect, right? They don't see that side of things, but they're excited because the Crimson Tide is doing great,
I have friends whose kids are going to college next year, and they asked me, it's actually not my expertise, this college admissions thing. I kind of know about college at the other level, not at the admission side. But suddenly I found myself actually saying, well, that's a big research university. You might want to consider whether it's going to be under extra financial stress next year or the next several years because of that. And maybe that should weigh in your decision. Sorry, Nancy. But that's a factor. I kind of want to go back to something. I'm not so sure you asked me about it explicitly, but I've just been thinking about it as I'm just thinking about your school in particular. And we're talking about like what schools need to do. I remember visiting Arizona State a couple years ago, and while on a reporting trip, sitting in the cafeteria and watching this whole group of students come in. They were on some kind of a class trip. It was like a visit, and they were all Native American students from a nearby area. And they were all part of a special program that Arizona State was doing to make sure that, obviously Native American students are a big part of the population in Arizona. And and they were all, the kids were so excited to be there. And it was like, I just remember like, this is really cool. I just was like watching them interact with each other. They're wearing their ASU swag and everything. And I just remember thinking, and that was not something that someone even talked to me about in my talking to 50,000 things. Everyone was telling me how great ASU was that day. That was not something that had come up, but I just remember thinking, it's like, this is one of the quiet things. Yes, ASU does quiet things. This is one of the quiet things ASU is doing right now to make sure it's serving its population. I really hope that kind of program doesn't get disappeared in this process.
Yeah.
Super important. America is a diverse nation. And our educational system has not yet figured out a way to make sure that we're offering educational opportunity to all our populations. And I know the secretary said today we shouldn't be enforcing discrimination, and I agree with her. At the same time, I think if we don't acknowledge what the disparities that already exist and the need to respond to those disparities, then we are in effect discriminating. So I guess I take a lot of issue with her definitions of discrimination.
Yeah.
So.
Well, so, this is an opportunity for me to talk about ASU because, in fact, for a long time now, we have been a university that is centered on inclusion. I mean, that's in our charter. You probably could recite our charter at this point, right? We measure
ourselves by who we admit, by not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But what that means is we've always opened our door widely and accepted everybody. So we're not excluding people. Any people, if they're prepared to study, they've got a place at our institution. And so we will continue to do all of the programs we've always done before because we've always done it with that broad, inclusive framework. It hasn't been discriminatory. It hasn't been excluding anybody. You bring people from all communities to visit the campus, and we provide opportunities for all students. So we will continue to do that. It becomes more and more important for us to do that. And I think that more universities need to figure out a way to truly approach what they're doing in an inclusive way so that if everybody feels welcome, the population will define itself and will be represented in our institutions if we're truly operating in that way.
Yeah, I think
and it's been incumbent upon us to be much more innovative than we have in the past to achieve that goal.
Yeah, and it's like vitally important. I just like all the research in the last several years about the power of belonging, and belonging makes such a big difference for students on campuses. It's one of the key retention strategies that higher education has developed over the years. And belonging sometimes means, not to the exclusion of other people, but belonging means sometimes being able to see people who look like you on your campus or who pray like you or who come from the same kind of rural town that you came from. And those are, I know there's a real danger in identity politics, but there's also real value in identity. Let's go. There's real value in identity. Having people understand see their identities on campus matters.
I agree, and I do think part of the communicating that we need to do is to communicate in ways that all those communities hear what we're saying and believe they can be part of it. And I don't think that as a sector we've always been very good at doing that.
One of the last stories I got to write for the Chronicle, and actually I don't brag about my stories that much, but I would love if people get the chance to read this one, was about my own alma mater, Colgate, where one of the wealthiest donors to our school recently was donating a building, and he was going to name it after his family name, which is Benton. But having watched a lot of the campus protests and watching a lot of rich guys pull money out of Penn and some of the other schools this year, this rich guy at Colgate decided he was going to name the building Bernstein Hall, which was his original family name before his grandparents changed it. And I wrote about this experience and why he was doing it in the context of what was going on right now with campuses. But I also wrote about the context of my own family and my own experience going to that college as a Jewish student, going to a first-generation Jewish student. I should say both of my parents were Holocaust survivors. So when I came to college, I was coming to and I went to this little preppy college, felt very distant from it, didn't really understand it. And going back 45 years later and suddenly seeing there's a Bernstein Hall on my campus, it meant so much to me in a way that I just was remembering back to how my father was nervous when I went to the school, and I just reflected a little bit about that. And so that's where I want to get to this identity thing. It's not just identity, it matters. And to Dan Benton's credit, he understood that too. So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I also am a first-generation student, and it always mattered to me seeing people like me, and it took me, I think, until graduate school until I really actually saw true leaders who looked like me and provided that role model. So, I don't see, certainly at ASU, us slowing down in our ability to attract and include everybody, and I just urge all of us to not give up on that agenda. And I know as we think about what's happening, I have faith that science is going to continue. We will continue to be a powerhouse in science, that, at the end of the day, we're going to figure out ways to make sure that we're part of the national powerhouse and contributing to the national interests and advancing our science, because we have to, we need it. But I think there are certain topics like DEI that are a little bit more at threat of being sidelined, and we just sort of can't make the goals of what we're trying to all achieve around inclusion be sidelined at the same time. I mean, it's a big lift, and you're right. You say, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I think it's really incumbent upon us to figure out how we do advance in a way that, is consistent with what the Secretary of Education said today, but that also includes our values and our communities so that people can see higher education as a place for them.
I really admire the work of a gentleman named Ibu Patel, who runs Interfaith America. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. I encourage you to become familiar with it. One of the things he's actually come around a little bit. He's actually been saying in the last year or two that he thinks whatever the DEI movement was, he thinks it kind of got a little bit off the rails, not with its mission, but kind of with some of its language primarily. And he talks about, and I kind of agree with him, but one thing he says that I find is so powerful, that is just, America is a pluralistic democracy, and that means, and he thinks colleges could do very well if they just make their mission preparing graduates to live and work in a pluralistic democracy. And so if you start with that, I wish I was clever enough to have come up with that. I think that's such a beautiful frame, because I feel like, I don't know how you argue with that goal, and then you say, okay, that's our goal. So we're just doing this in advance of that mission. And that means respecting differences, teaching about differences, and, but also acknowledging them,
You know, Goldie, I mentioned this before just the other night, but I've been talking to Dean Chang, who leads innovation at the University of Maryland, College Park. And I was talking to him a little bit about, at this moment, how the Chronicle covers the Trump administration, how we're running very fast to cover it. And he reminded me, don't forget the reason why our readers get up in the morning is to serve students, what inspires them a little bit. And I want to ask you, based on the years of reporting you have, you know, what have you seen that has inspired you in terms of what higher education does? And I think a little bit about, you know, the intro to your book, American Higher Education in Crisis, question mark. You may take the question mark away in some ways. This was written a number of years ago, obviously, but I'm just kind of curious about what is it that you've seen. You mentioned the indigenous students at ASU. You've mentioned Eboo Patel and how he talks about higher education. I'm just kind of curious for this audience as we talk about these really difficult things. What is something that also reaffirms that you've seen, you've witnessed, you've talked to, who you've talked to, that reaffirms what the base mission of higher education?
This is actually, it's interesting that you said that, because there's a example I use in the beginning of the book of the student that I met at Cal State University. I think about this guy all the time. I'm blanking on his name at the moment, but he grew up in Stockton, and he was in the student government at Cal State, and he had gone on an internship in Washington for a few months through his college program, and he got a chance to be, you know, he said he met other interns there who were like the rich kids, and their daddies knew people who were members of Congress or had connections. He had no connections, but it basically changed his life, and he went back and worked for the very charismatic young mayor of Stockton and became kind of a public service. I've Googled this guy a couple times in the past 10 years to see where he is, and he's still working in public service and public health. And I think about, that's what American higher education does at a good regional public university. It gives these, when it's working great. It doesn't always work great, and don't want to be here seen as an apologist for all the things that go wrong in higher ed, because there are plenty. And I spent a lot of my 36 years writing about what's wrong with them. But when I think back at that kid all the time, Chris, I think his name was Chris. I'm blanking on the name right now. Where else does that happen? I mean, so that's what's important, and it literally changed the trajectory of this young man's life. Just his experience in student government at Cal State, and then his experience being an intern in Washington. By the way, I've always thought that after January 6th, I was so stunned by everything in January 6th, and I had gone on these high school trips to Washington, D.C., and I kind of feel like America should have like a required field trip for everybody in high school, either to the Washington or to their state capital, so people could sort of understand what does government do? I couldn't imagine anyone from my high school field trip coming back to the Congress to do what those people did. So I just wondered if there's some way to teach a little reverence about that, some civic understanding.
Yeah, I think that's actually an important goal, and you might think that some people are going to be turned off from trying to step in be part of civic leadership, and I think we need to make sure that we're...
I just saw that the law school applications are going up, which to me, I think that's something about what's happening right now. I think people fundamentally still do believe in the power of the rule of law. I think they understand that it's important, so that was somewhat encouraging to me.
Good. So you've interviewed many leaders in higher education across your years, and we're coming up on running out of time here a little bit. What advice do you have for today's leaders?
Think back about why you became a higher education leader. And I think, first of all, rely on that, number one, because I know you didn't necessarily get into it for the money. I mean, you got into it because you care about students, you care about truth, you care about free inquiry, you care about you care about the country, I think. So I think just lean into some of that. So that's sort of on the idealistic side. And then I guess more on the practical side, going back to my expansionist thing here, higher ed's going to require a new kind of leadership in the next several years. Politics aside, but with politics maybe even more so, collaboration is going to be all the more important. Allyship, all those things that higher ed leaders have never been very good at because they're all competing with each other day in and day out, competing for students. And I think you have to sort of see yourselves more, it's not a system, but it is a sector, and I think maybe you have to think more about where you fit into the broader spectrum and think about, so like lean into the mission, as vague as those words always are, but also think a lot about who your allies are in the sector and also who your allies are beyond the sector. It is an engine of economic opportunity. It is an engine of civic connection. Those are the connections that you're going to have to make and use.
We are about to run out of time, and I have to say that Goldie has to get to another panel right after this, so she's going to be bolting off the stage to get someplace else.
But I'll be around later.
Yes, but I do want to thank her. Please let's thank Goldie for all her years covering higher education. Also thank Provost Gonzales for suggesting that we do this and flipping the script. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you both.
take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. An afternoon, I'm sure, is what's been some very interesting and hopefully some controversial and stimulating conversations. A lot of what we've been talking about now today and yesterday is really about this pace of change that we are living through, whether it's in work, education, innovation. It's just really been dizzying, and particularly in the education sector, there feels that there's so much chaos that's happening. What leaders then really have to live through now and work through really this uncertainty and really be driven to make the right decisions. There's even more pressure now on leaders to do that. And so this conversation today just feels so timely. And so I'm happy you all can be here and be joined by Jørgen Vignustrup, who's the former chair and CEO of the LEGO Group, to really talk about how we can lead through this pace of change. Jørgen really reimagined the LEGO Group and not only saved this company, but also reimagined this a very beloved brand. So I'm really thrilled to be joined by you today. We're going to dive into a couple topics, starting really with this topic of failure and how do leaders really continue to drive change and innovation without the perfect set of information. So Jørgen, with that, I'd love to just dive in and ask this first question. You and I, we've worked together now for a couple of years. You've always said that strategy is really a hypothesis and not a guarantee, which I really love, and that failure is part of the journey. And then my question for you today is that in today's climate, where there's so much scrutiny on making the right decision, and this scrutiny can feel brutal at times, how do leaders safely fail and continue to lead? I'd love to start with that question.
Thank you. So I think the key distinction for all of us is that for many people, doing a strategy is making a plan. Strategy is not a plan. Planning is what you do once you have a strategy. So strategy is a set of choices that makes something relatively black and white. You can't do everything in the world, so you choose what you do. And also those choices should have some degree of coherence. You're all familiar with the military connotation of strategy, and let's say you want to do a flank attack. Well, maybe you first fool the enemy and you look like you're attacking them from the front, and then you're attacking them from the flank, from the side. And that's strategy choice. Once you've made that choice, you can start making a plan. How do we do this? How do we, confuse the messages and all the rest of it? And therefore, when you go to your board, and I now have the privilege to sit on both sides of the table, having made a lot of mistakes as a CEO and then made a lot of mistakes as a board chair, I'm starting to mature and learn from that. And one of the things you must do when you present your strategy to the board is to get a buy-in to the choices, not as certainty, but instead you say to them, these are great choices, and here's what needs to be true for that choice to make sense. So you're stating your assumption, and thereby either directly or indirectly saying, actually strategy is a hypothesis of what might work. And that then allows you, when the strategy, which often is the case, is not delivering, to say to the board, here's what went wrong. We had the wrong assumptions, or the world developed in a different way than we assumed. And that gets you out of which is also what I said wrongly as a board chair, is like, hey, you promised me this outcome, but I didn't promise you this outcome. I said, here's an outcome I hope for if all of these things hold true. And so that's really critical, because what happens then is, and I can speak again from personal experience, as a CEO, what you do is you present something you're very certain you can deliver. So then you can say, hey, I said I would do this, and actually we've done that, and this is now the strategy. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you're not really making any bold strategies or choices. And if your board is unwilling to accept that it is a hypothesis, well then I'm afraid to say you probably do not have the right board. Because someone who looks 5 years out in the future and say, oh, we were guaranteed this outcome from the management team, they've not understood the concept of operating a business. Business is about taking risk and seeking opportunity. And that means it's uncertain.
So specifically diving into that, there's so many things I could ask about. When you think back at your experience specifically at LEGO and this concept of failure, what are some of the things that you did not do well, and how did that shape your strategic thinking? And very specifically in context of, did you have the right board? Maybe you did not.
Yeah, I'll give you the short version because it's a very long list that's entitled My List of Risks, Failures and Mistakes. But I'll give you some glamorous one or big ones. I was very keen to shift the manufacturing which took place we had sought out the most expensive places to manufacture. So that includes Switzerland, South Korea, Denmark, Connecticut here in the US. And wanted to move that to another place. And there were excellent companies around, such as Flextronics, who produce plastics for Microsoft, Xbox, and for Hewlett-Packard, and like a long list. And they do it for many, many, many customers. And they looked at this and they said, oh, this is like super easy. We can do that for you. And I decided that manufacturing was no longer part of the core of what the Lego Group was about. So we did that. And it was a big failure and big mistake. Well documented, and it's written about various places, so I don't say something super secret. But and what we learned from it was not the act of molding one Lego brick. It's the act of molding about 100 billion Lego bricks in about 12,000 different color and shape variations, and sell half of those bricks in about 300 million sets that assist on average of 300 different of those common elements, and be able to deliver them in 8 weeks up to Christmas. That's something that should have made Stalin quite stressed in a communist economy, but apparently not the Lego Group, because we think we can do that without the price mechanism. We are not believers in the invisible hand of the market. We are the visible hand of the market. And so, of course, Flextronics were completely overwhelmed with that task. So what we learned from that was we needed a different operating model, and we hired 200 master planners who built an elaborate enterprise architecture system that were able to optimize logistics, production cost, and that whole setup. So something good came out of that experience, but 3 years after the company went bankrupt, I nearly killed it once again going through that exercise. So that'd be one example. On the other side, on the product side, I learned very valuable lessons because the founder, a very entrepreneurial family member that I replaced as a CEO, was all about endless creativity. And you will all be like, yeah, that's how I was as a child as well. I was one of those who had endless creativity with Lego bricks. Well, I have an update for you. It turns out that 80 to 90% of those who build Lego love to build other people's creations. So building sets according to instructions. And so it took me a while to make quite a few failures to figure that out, and then getting that right. And it turned out that we were not very good at making those instructions. And so we studied flow theory and growth mindset and everything. How do you balance capability with challenge and get that right? So when you see the age marking on the Lego set, it's not actually how old you are, it's how long you played the piano, so to speak, how advanced you are in playing other people's music, or in this case, building other people's creations. Turns out it's super satisfying. I'm still struggling to understand this fact, but it's the case, and it's what today makes the company insanely successful. So I just have to go, I don't understand it, but I take it as a beautiful fact, and we run by that.
I really did not see that we were going to bring Stalin and the Communist Party into the conversation, so that was not on my bingo card, but thank you. So when you talk about endless creativity, how does that coexist in this environment now of performance? Extreme performance-obsessed culture, scrutiny, but yet balancing that with creativity, and you talk about it as playfulness.
Yeah, so obviously, maybe obviously, but so I think playfulness, first we need to discuss very quickly what is play. Toys are just tools that are fun to use. So a hammer can be a toy, a computer can be a toy. It becomes a toy instead of a tool the moment that it's fun to use, condition number one. Number two is that you go for a goal, there's something you want to solve, there's something you want to accomplish through the play. Number three is that you are intrinsically motivated, and therefore learning happens in a normal way. I'm told that the brain has about 20 megabytes of random access memory. This is something for those of us who bought computers when they were first introduced in homes. We know 20, that's like not a lot, but that's what we had, and that's like 5 photos on your iPhone. That's what the brain can remember. That's why when you leave the room in half an hour, you might remember my name, and tomorrow you might remember less than my name from this talk, because
Maybe
you have
we
these
talked
20
about Stalin,
megabytes.
you'll remember that.
Yes. So, here's the thing. When we play, we are programming ourselves to something without thinking about it. It's implicit learning, and we are hugely motivated. We're very bad at explicit learning. When we're going to a classroom and somebody says, you need to learn algebra, the brain goes, oh shit, this is going to be horrible. But if it's like, oh, I must learn this so I can win this game or play this activity, I'm having fun. Also, when you're playful, you're working with the subconscious mind. That's why you can play with an idea, you can play with a concept. By the way, you feel free to take risk because it's just play, it's not for real. So even you can drive change in organization by playing it in, because as you play it in, you repeat patterns, and those patterns become habit, and those habits becomes your attitude, and that attitude becomes your character, and then ultimately becomes your culture. So that's actually how you go about creating that change. So playfulness to me is not an alternative to leadership. It's not something you can occasionally do. It's how you do leadership, because it gives you that special connection. Have you ever seen a sports game, or even yourself played a sports game, where you said, oh my God, I did something I had not planned here, which in a beautiful moment was even maybe like a genius action. That's playfulness, that's the subconscious programming, and you are not even thinking anymore, you're just doing it. And that's how you should be as a leader. You should be doing beautiful things without planning them and being deliberate, but you have practiced them in the playful practices that you do before. So I think it's essential and unavoidable.
So how do you do that practically? And I would say the audience, we probably have a range of leaders from nonprofit, K-12, university, startups, founders, investors, and large companies. And so how do you practically implement that at all these different stages and asset classes?
Yeah, so first of all, if you're playful, you're more happy with risk. So you gotta, if you are the lucky position that you can set the mood in the room, you're responsible for creating a wonderful atmosphere where you allow playfulness. And one of the things that makes play more fun is that we're different. So you can even put on different hats, so you can give people different roles and say, hey, you know, how would Steve Jobs think about this problem? How would Donald Trump think about this problem? How would so-and-so think about that problem? And then say to people, I know that you're not Donald Trump, but do you mind role-playing him for a second? And everybody starts laughing. You know, so now suddenly it's a fun meeting. And that creates and releases a different kind of energy. So that would be one of the things. Another thing that's been key for me, and that came from my grandfather, he said to me, Jan really only does what he really feels like. And I've tried to, you know, you can't always do that, but seek out things that you feel like doing with people you love being together with. That gives you a better environment.
So that also speaks a lot to experimentation. And so thinking back again to Lego, where you had said that you pulled the company out of bankruptcy, you almost bankrupted it again. How do you make room for experimentation without losing momentum and even losing your job and being removed as CEO while you're in the middle of transformation?
Yeah, it's good to have a family owner who's patient. But no, I think on a serious note to that, I mean, I think first of all, people talk a lot about sort of uncertainty and change and so on. There's a very good quote by somebody, I forgot the name, but it's sort of like, first focus on what has not changed. You know, if you feel overwhelmed with change, just start thinking about what has not changed. There's a lot of things that are not changing while a lot of things are changing. So there's like some calm. Then try to distinguish what is urgent and what is important. Then you'll probably discover, like we talk about AI at this wonderful ASU+GSV summit, but you know, technology doesn't come overnight. Technology comes in waves of about 20 years. I mean, I take the long view here, but still, you know, we had mainframe computers, then we got PC client, then we got mobile, and now about 20 years after mobile, we're getting AI. So it's not like super surprising if you take that picture and you look for the big waves and you want to surf those waves, so you keep an eye on that. The next thing you do, which I think is really critical when people get overwhelmed and I get overwhelmed, is you ask yourself a question that I'm told, I haven't read the book, comes back to Aristoteles. So Aristoteles, I think many of you will know, is very famous for his book of logic. You know, there's like a mathematical explanation or logical explanation of things. He apparently wrote another book, which is about reasoning. And he should have said something like, In the first book about logic, it's about the world that could not be anything else than it is. The apple falls from the tree, although I think later Newton discovered up in space it doesn't, but you know, but the world where things can only be what they are. The other world is the world where things might be. And that's the other book. That's the reasoning argument. That's the world of complexity. The world of complicatedness is the one I talked about with flextronics and supply chains and logistics. It's very, very complicated, but it is a well-defined problem, and there are well-defined, complicated solutions to sorting those problems. Uncertainty is not unknown, uncertainty is definable. In complex problems where the world might end up in a particular place but could end up in another place, which is the domain of strategy, is complex because you don't know what you don't know, and there are many unknowns, and it's impossible to predict the future. If you're sitting now and thinking, what is he talking about? I can say over dinner last night, somebody asked me, you're a PhD in economics, right? I'm buying a house in LA. Do you think interest rates will go up and down? And before I answered, the CFO from another company sitting next to me said, there's no way of knowing that. It's completely unpredictable. Poor guy. But it's true. So that's the world of complex. And so what do you do when you operate in the world of complex as opposed to complicated is you do actually, now we're talking about what it means to be a leader, you do actually have an obligation to simplify. How do you simplify? You choose a metric that defines the strategy or the transformation you're going through. So let me give you a wonderful example from a person I admire very much. This is all in the public domain. If you are interested, you can listen to investor calls from Starbucks over the last couple of quarters. I have a brilliant, relatively new CEO, Brian Nichols. Imagine running a business of 45,000 stores in 87 countries with about 500,000 employees. And you know, there's a ton of transformation programs, menu, digital, AI, unions, and it's a complex agenda. What is his answer to that? 4 minutes. Serve a premium cup of quality coffee in less than 4 minutes in stores with a human touch and a seat. And everything the company does optimizes to that equation. Should we install new brewing equipment? Should we have digital menu boards? Is the menu too big or too small? Where should we locate the drive-through? How do we handle mobile ordering? Does it deliver on 4 minutes or not? And I actually think of that example a lot when I'm at this summit, because I'm wondering, some of those companies that are trying to change the outcomes in education, what is that single metric they're optimizing to? Is it, for instance, the teacher finds his or her job super easy to do despite learner variability in the classroom? That would be one example of that. So you can see that it's not ignoring the complexity, but it's also finding a way forward in the complexity, and then you mobilize and create energy around that. And then I think the final step, which is for me what I took most away from my time at Lego, is sort of how do you create resilience? Because, you know, shit's gonna happen. You need to, you know, things will not go as you hope for. So how do you have resilience from that? And I'm not like, you know, the master class on resilience, but I have some personal experiences. The first one is, I always say to our teams, we are 80% responsible for what happens. And when things are going well, people are like, yeah, great, give us a bonus. But I still left 20% to things that you're not responsible for, but you're of course 100% accountable. But that means also when things go wrong, you know, you can say it was because of Donald Trump or the US dollar or tariffs or whatever, but if you've just acknowledged that you're 80% responsible, then no matter what other people outside the company do, it's your problem. You need to solve it. That's a good starting point for resilience. Another one that comes to my mind is when we think about crisis. So often when there's a crisis, people say, oh, there's no way we could have known the financial crisis would come in 2008. There's no way we could have known the war in Ukraine would start in 22. Well, I think, this is a longer discussion, but I feel when you reflect on that, you could actually have predicted those things started. So I generally say a crisis starts much earlier than it appears to. So you never have a sudden crisis. The crisis started years earlier, and if you had been watching those signals, you would have watched that. Then people say, oh, how might I watch that in a business? And I think how you might watch that in a business is you use what I would call stakeholder targets. So instead of just looking at your revenues or your EBIT, check in with the customer. Check in with the students if it's an education business. Check the NPS, the satisfaction score, employees' engagement. And I'll just reveal this to you if you don't know. They are never perfect, never. And they are signals to you that something is not great, even if you have the best revenue growth that you've ever seen. So the last advice from me is listen to the complainers. I find too often when somebody complains, they're being dismissed as a small minority or, we don't listen to them. They're always complaining and bitching and so on. No, they're not. Most people are not listening enough to those who complain. And if I may say so on a smile on my face, it's meant as a humorous remark, is there's a lot of hotel managers that I would hope would come and sleep with me in my room, because I'm traveling a lot, and I come into hotel rooms constantly, and I can't find the power plugs. I can't get the basic needs solved when I'm a business traveler, and I'm just thinking, what the hell? They're building these hotels. Why are they not just checking in with me whether the room is optimized? Like, it would take half an hour and then the rest of my travel life would be wonderful. And what do you think happens when I complain about that? It goes into another box of, oh, complainers. So that's the key. So if you watch out for those things, I think you can build a more resilient business.
So a couple questions from that. One is, was there a single metric that you solved for when you were turning around Lego, similar to the 4 minutes?
Yes, there was, and it was the wrong one, in the sense that it was a financial one. The reason for that is that many people ask, how could you, 3 years out of doing a PhD in something very esoteric, become the CEO of such a wonderful company? I did that because one day somebody at the family-owned business said to me, we're trying to figure out how many dividends we might pay out in the future. And I said, oh, that's an interesting problem. And they also said, why do we actually measure cash flow? And I was thinking, I should know the answer, but this is such a fundamental question, I've forgotten the answer. So I went back to Tim Monfils-Kohler's book on valuation, and then I found a great formula that calculated what some people call economic profit or value creation. It's whether you generate a higher return than the risk-adjusted requirement of return. And the analysis I created showed that for the past 13 years of this company existence, it had not for a single day delivered any value to its owners. It had profits, but not value. And during this time, it had 4 times been nominated the most admired company by business journalists in my native home of tiny little bit Denmark. So I thought, wow, this is great. Isn't that funny? That actually, and I just made a little bottom line to the owner. I said, you know what? If you had put your money in risk-free government bonds, you would have been €1 million wealthier for every single day for the past 13 years. I thought that was kind of interesting. The first reaction from the management team was, well, that's not fair because we've never looked at those numbers before. And I was a very naive young man. I said, actually, that doesn't matter because this is the truth and you've just not looked at the truth. Then the chairman of the board said, Jan, I think you should leave now. Then I went outside the building and I called my wife and I said, I'm coming home to academia now. This was fun. So actually after that, there was a little bit of tumult and I started running the company and then everybody got that target. So it was a financial target and it did some good things for a while. But I wish it had been 4 minutes because I think what's great with what Brian is doing at Starbucks is it's the customer experience. So that's what I would advise you to take away is simplify the complexity, give them a customer experience target. Always, always, always focus on your product and your customer experience. And then second order, employee experience. If you do well by the customer, if you do well in product and the employee experience, you cannot help yourself from making money. But do not start with what money do we need to make. Money making is a lagging indicator of doing the right things to solve other people's problems. So that's why I didn't have the right one.
So in that situation, how did you rebuild trust with your board, with your leadership after they asked you to politely leave the room and you went home early?
Yeah, it's a funny experience because the first couple of years, I was very lucky to hire a super experienced CFO, probably saved my life. he always said, you know, you fooled me, you didn't tell me how terrible it was. He often would come into my office and say, I have not seen so much shit in my life. He came from the country's largest bank, and he said, it's funny because in this bank, every month we made as much money as this company is losing annually, and everybody's just pissed off. They're so angry in the bank. And in this company, we're losing the same amount of money that the other bank is making, and everybody's happy. But he was very, very helpful, and he said to me, you really don't have a strategy. We can make an action plan so we can start building trust. So we actually said to the organization, we have no idea what our mission is, we have no idea what the strategy is, we're just trying to survive, generate cash so we don't go bankrupt again, and here's the action plan to do that, and you can measure us by that we do what's in that action plan. So very tangible, and that started building some trust. So after a couple of years, we were relatively successful with that. And then, of course, I realized, okay, now we need a strategy. Now we actually need to have a vision for the future and what we're all about. And actually, quite a lot of people came to me and said, oh, I missed the last couple of years. I said, why is that? They were black and white. And so, of course, tried to do some of that. We introduced stakeholder targets that are completely unchanged. We introduced them in 2007, and now in 25, they're the same. And that means only 20% of reward is related to the profitability of a company. The next 20% is how children would recommend it, so Net Promoter Score, and then retailers, customer satisfaction score, employees, creative engagement, and then the reputation of the company as a trustworthy company. And it's just for the third time in a row been nominated the world's most trusted company.
So your role has shifted now from operator, CEO to board member. And you're on the board of a number of different companies. Starbucks, you've talked about, Brain Pop, several others. And so if you think about how the relationship between the board and the operating team can either go really well or really wrong, what are some of those things that you would do differently now? What's been the hardest moment, you would say, reflecting back on your experience?
Yeah, so I have some very clear lessons there. I think the problem for a active executive who comes onto a board and have not understood that they are no longer an active executive is that they continue operating. Mm-hmm. And it's quite painful for everybody. The lesson is you are no longer running anything. Mm-hmm. You are supervising. If we were to use an analogy, it's like the CEO or the executive team is the band on stage and you're watching the show. Maybe from the first row, or maybe they're in the studio and you're behind the mixing pult. You're the one who can say, hey, I think you're a little bit out of tune now. Should we do another take of this song? But you are not performing, and you are not in the limelight. You are not famous. You are not attracting attention anymore. You are here to make other people successful. So the lesson I learned was that, you know, I thought to add value as a board member, my job was to, like, you know, those things in old newspapers, like find 5 mistakes in this picture. That was like how I came to a board meeting. Let me find what they're doing wrong and then make a really good point. And because I'm an experienced guy and I'm a PhD, I can be really nasty at that. And that's terrible. It creates the whole wrong ambience. And it, by the way, you probably know this, as executives come to a board meeting, what are they concluded with that kind of board? What are they here to do? Get to yes, and then get the hell out of here. We don't want to have a discussion with the board because they are terrible and they think they know how to run this. So how do you change that dynamic? You come to the board meeting as if you're the chair or a board member and you say, so first of all, I'm here to make you successful. My main thing is, how can I make you successful? Number 2, I think to be successful in this role is like being a finely tuned piano. And I don't know always if I'm in tune. I do my best, I come to the meeting to do everything to make it successful, but could you please tell me if I'm out of tune? Because I really want to know. And you can say that to every single of your board colleagues or committee members. You can say it to the executives. And what you will learn is that if you're a board member, especially if you're the board chair, very few people will want to tell you you're out of tune. Like, you have to be like massively out of tune, and when you're massively out of tune, they kind of go, oh, this is so bad, I'm not going to be the one who tells him that. So in a recent board meeting, I went overboard to sort of like just really make that point, and then I went to the bathroom. A fellow board member was also coming to the bathroom. And you know, here in America, they're not all that separated. And we are doing what you do in a bathroom. And then he said to me, you know, thank you for asking for the feedback. I have something for you. I was like, oh, this is kind of strange time to do that, but I'm ready. And then he said, you know, in the meetings, you always sit in a seat where you turn your back on me. I was like, is that really all? I was almost saying, stop. But then I said, oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me that. That really means a lot that you decided to tell me that. Thanks. I'll never let it happen again. Yeah, it sounds strange, but I think you can become quite good at that. I think there's another skill in board meetings, if I may go into that. Management teams try to get aligned. Boards don't have to get fully aligned. Actually, if a board is going to be productive, it should have a diversity of perspectives. And you know, we're all super experienced, and I'm on the board at this and that, so you must think we're all very good at handling diverse perspectives and disagreement. No, there's massive groupthink. I have literally examples of board members coming to me before a board meeting in some of the boards and saying, oh, did you read that paper? Oh my God, I read that paper. We have no role here, what's going on? And then we're in the board meeting, in the discussion. These are very experienced executives. And then I'm sort of saying, hey, but what about this paper? And then the same person says, yeah, it was very well written. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So it's very difficult to be honest, very difficult. And I'm a little bit lucky because, as my youngest daughter would say, my dad is not very good at confrontation and conflicts. I was not created that way. And I think when you have a confrontation, I worry that you're either harassing somebody or you're being harassed, which of course I understand is a wrong distinction. But so we need to find the middle ground. So I work with some very, very strong personalities on boards and executive teams, so I've really failed a lot here. One day I called one such person, and I said, you know, I really admire you. I almost sort of love you. You're a genius at what you do. But I have to tell you that if you keep doing this and that thing we were discussing, my hand is on the boilerplate towards all the other investors. And if shit hits the fan, it's going to fly straight in my face. And if I need to be an asshole to you, I'm going to be an asshole. And by the way, I think you'll thank me a year from now for not remaining silent. And that sort of then became my trick. So I say to other board members, I'm not in favor of saying no, but I'm going to say no because I think that's how I serve you best. I know it's manipulation almost, but at least, you know, I'm being specific, concrete, direct, instead of beating around the bush. And that actually really works. And then as a chair, you can always say, I don't believe that we think similarly about this topic. There's gotta be a different, can't we just play that there's a different opinion? Why don't you say a different opinion? So like, and then suddenly the debate catches on and you do get different opinions to be tabled. But I find you have to push quite hard for disagreement instead of getting it. And then occasionally you have somebody, like I was lucky when I was a young and naive and inexperienced CEO, I had a board member who said, well, what you're proposing there is just really stupid. It's like really stupid. Turns out he didn't have strong relational skills, but he actually loved working with me. I figured that out a little bit later, so he was fantastic. But relationships were maybe not his forte.
So what would the advice be to a young CEO in managing the board? Those are great examples, I think, of interboard dynamics, and what do you do as a chair with your other board members? Yeah. What if you are a young CEO?
Yeah, so I think as a young CEO that, or any CEO actually, is that the survival fight and flight mechanism is let's get to yes and then go home. But what you do instead is two things. First of all, you say, I'm so excited I have a board. I can't wait to hear your perspectives. And hey guys, I really hope you see it differently than us in the management team. We spent so much time getting to this. I don't just want this to be a walkover. And then the board feels like, okay, great, there's an invitation. But then occasionally you also have board members like me or other board members who don't understand their role. So they're saying, hey, this initiative you want to do in March, can't you get it done by January? And then you go, oh my God, now the board is asking for that. But then the trick for the young CEO is to say, hey, great push. I acknowledge it, and I'd be happy to look at that. I want to check something with you. If it doesn't work, am I accountable for that? Because I thought maybe the board would not take accountability for that. I consider it an input. And then 9 out of 10 times the board is going to say, yeah, it was just an input. Of course, if the board says, no, it's a demand, we take accountability for that, you can say, oh, I'm happy to try it, and then, of course, we share the burden if it doesn't work out. But boards are only accountable for the choice of CEO, approving the annual accounts, selecting other board members, the overall governance. You know, the boards are only accountable for very, 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 very few things. And therefore, the executive also have to be good at handling conflict, even if it's a young CEO, and say, I hear you, I feel super accountable for this thing succeeding. I want to take your input in, but is it okay I decide eventually how I use your thoughts? Very difficult for a board to not agree to that, and very mature of that person to handle it that way.
So we only have a few minutes left, and I wanted to go back to one of the first things that we talked about, is just leading through this time of uncertainty. I think particularly for leaders, there's so much economic uncertainty, tech disruption, culture clashes, so much change happening. One of the things that I see as an executive recruiter is that CEOs are really getting burnt out. CEOs, university presidents, they're not staying in their roles as long as they had been in the past. And so how do you, either you as a board member, but really it's more, how do the best leaders avoid burning out in this current climate, or even just sliding into mediocrity?
Yeah, it's a really important question, and here I'm also an example of doing it all wrong. I got this responsibility. I was 34 years old. I had once been in a great shape, but now I was also a father of a couple of children, and So I thought, okay, this is like an amazing opportunity. I may not be here in 2 years, so I'm gonna go all in. But unfortunately, all in didn't last it for 15 years. And somewhere down the road, I did a medical checkup, and I was maybe almost 40 years old. And the doctor said to me, you have the health of a 65-year-old. And my weight was significantly above what it is today. So I was not a good example. And so I've spent some time with people who've taught me about breathing and physical exercise and mentality and so on. And I don't think there's one model, but I'm happy to share very briefly what I believe in. I believe in there's an equation in life, and in terms of the supply side of the equation is sleep, exercise, diet. It's just super important. It's also your competency, of course. Are you, what you're working on? Do you have competencies? Do you need some other people to help you? And then it's actually your relationships. If you are in good relationships in your team, with your colleagues, with your board, I mean, it just makes you much more capable. So that's your supply side. And then that is the size of challenge you can take on depending on how well you do that. And the size of challenge is an equation of your know-how, tacit or explicit know-how. It is your experience. Have you seen it before? Before I walked in here, somebody said, are you nervous? And I said, I'm not super nervous. I've done this rodeo before, but I have prepared quite a bit, because it's not like you just walk up here and talk. And then there's something I call strength. And strength is this resilience. It's the dealing with setbacks. It's bouncing back from adversity. It's dealing, you have entertained the inconceivable, and then the inconceivable happens and you're kind of prepared. So that's something I live by. I love to wake up in the morning and go through messages, get it all archived, write a little bit in my logbook, which is for me like a reading, writing, reflecting tool. And then define what are the key tasks of the day, and I do some breathing and so on. It sort of just helps me set, okay, I'm here and this is what's happening, and that works for me. It may not work for others. And then also in your what you take on in your job, be very clear what only you can do. And especially for a CEO, that's important, because you might be good at what you used to do and you're going to do somebody else's job. Forget about that. Only do what only you can do.
Thank you. I think we'll end on that note, and I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
Really the takeaways of being bold and not being afraid to experiment, but that topic of resilience and trust, I think, are just such important wrappers around that certainly we talk about in education and workforce, just in life, and so thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Very much,
It's my pleasure
everyone.
to share.
Please take your seat. The program is about to begin.
Hello, welcome to our session on rewiring talent, how to prepare the workforce for an AI-powered world. My name is Marcy Pano. I am Cisco's Chief Learning Officer and head of our Enterprise Learning and Growth team, and I am also the lead of the AI ICT Consortium, and I am thrilled to be joined today by a few of our member partners, and we're going to embark on an exciting dialogue around the research that we've done together in partnership. Before we dive in, why don't we go ahead and introduce ourselves? Do you want to start, Lydia?
Sure. I'm Lydia Logan. I'm the Vice President for Global Education and Workforce Development at IBM, sitting in Corporate Social Responsibility.
Anshul Sonak, Intel Corporation. I am a non-engineer who got a title of principal engineer, so don't ask me why. Working in a tech company, but in a cross-functional discipline. So I manage for Intel global public-private partnerships with government and academia. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karthik Suri. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Cornerstone, Workforce Agility, Skilling, and Learning Company. I'm a recovering engineer.
Awesome. So before we dive in, we wanted to get a sense of who our audience was so that we can kind of tailor our discussion for you all. So by a show of hands, how many of you are here from corporate learning? Couple? Okay. How about academia? A few more. All right. How about startup? Startup company. Okay. EdTech? Okay, we've got quite a cross here. Did I miss anybody?
Press?
Media?
Media?
Media? Awesome. All right, so before we dive into the conversation, I'm gonna just review with you some of the key highlights of the AI ICT Consortium. So the consortium came together as a group of 10 leading tech companies to really study the impact of AI on the workforce around us. And we had some advice. Oh, the slide got kind of messed up there, but you can see the member partners here are Accenture, Cisco, Eightfold, Google, IBM, Indeed, Intel, Microsoft, SAP, and our newest member is SkyHive by Cornerstone. We also have consortium advisors, which is kind of small there, so I'll read from my paper if you don't mind. It's AFL-CIO, Communications Workers of America, Digital Europe, European Vocational Training Association, SME United, and Chain 5. And so this group of thought leaders came together to study the impact of AI on the workforce. So what we did was we studied 7 ICT job families, which turned into 47 of the top most in-demand ICT job roles in the marketplace. We were focused really on the US and European economies as we studied these job roles. And we looked at everything from entry to mid-level to senior level roles. And we looked at the job descriptions and broke them down by tasks and then mapped them to skills, and then looked at what of these tasks will get automated or augmented with the onset of AI. And what we found was that, that there was going to be a significant impact on the workforce, which is probably no shock to all of you. So some of the key findings that we'll dig into too as a panel here, over 90%, so it's actually 92.5% of the 47 job roles are expected to experience either moderate or high transformation due to the advancements of AI. 37% of entry-level positions and 40% of mid-level positions of the analyzed jobs are expected to have high levels of transformation. And what we found was that there were really some essential common foundational skills that were required or increasing in relevance across all of the roles that we studied. So of course, AI literacy, data fundamentals, and prompt engineering. And then what we also found, and probably what you've heard a lot at this conference, is that there's a complementary set of durable human skills that we're seeing increase in relevance. So things like critical thinking and problem solving, we really need to emphasize where we spend our time and energy from a development perspective. As we think about the future of the consortium and what we'll study in the next iteration, we will be focused on 3 priorities. So we're going to study more questions. So obviously, we know now that all the jobs are going to be impacted in some way, shape, or form by the onset of AI. So we're going to start to study some additional questions around the impact across the G7 economies, the different types of skills that are emerging, and the difference between what we're seeing from an entry level to mid-year to senior career levels, as well as what differences are we seeing in the skills required for people leaders versus individual contributors, and how does that evolve in a world where we're seeing teams be made up of more combination of AI and humans together. So that's going to be our next iteration of our report. We are also going to be publishing an AI workforce playbook, which will be a series of frameworks and or methodologies that other organizations can pick up to really help them drive AI adoption within their organizations, as well as key case studies across our organizations that we've gathered around success stories for how we've been able to drive AI adoption, not just for those in the highly technical roles, but also for the everyday AI user that we know will really need to ramp up quite quickly. And then the final piece is all around this skills taxonomy, or a skills dictionary, as I prefer to call it, where we really set kind of a common language around the AI skills that we need to develop across the workforce. And we will be looking at how we kind of do this in a unified way across other forums and consortiums that have gathered, so that we make sure that we're starting to get to a more unified approach in how we talk about skills and not create additional noise in the system that is what is proliferating today. So with that backdrop, let's go ahead and jump into our discussion. All right, so the consortium report provides actionable insights for employers to leverage. So what are the key highlights for you, and how has your organization implemented some of those highlights?
All right, so for us, it provided that actionable framework we could use. So we have a commitment to skill 30 million people by 2030, and 2 million of those people in AI before the end of 2026. We have a program called Skills Build. It's at skillsbuild.org, and we offer that for free around the world. This report helped to inform what we provide, how it's shaped, and what we're recommending to learners. So we were able to take the report and immediately apply it to the programs that we're offering. We have, all kinds of upskilling initiatives that are happening inside IBM for IBMers, but through corporate social responsibility, these are the programs that we're offering externally for people who may not have those opportunities either at work or in their formal learning or through other pathways. So this was a great opportunity for us to take it and apply it immediately.
From Intel's standpoint, way back in 2020, much before the AI wave was coming in, we also came up with our own North Star goal of partnering in 30 countries, 30,000 institutions to train 30 million people for current and future job by 2030. Now that North Star really got a big push because of the report. When you really see the data, as Marcy was showing, 92% of ICT jobs getting impacted in some ways. So when you start thinking about it, all jobs are eventually becoming digital jobs. And when we say digital job, it will have AI inserted, right, at a task level. So what we did last year after this report came out was pick key job creating sectors in US industry as an example, so manufacturing, healthcare, transportation, so on and so forth. We created our new range of courses, AI for cybersecurity, AI for manufacturing, AI for agriculture. And some of the skills which a software engineer will require going forward, like sustainability skill, like accessibility skill, like applied ethics skills. We created a whole range of courses on that. So some industry specific, some industry vertical, as well as some industry horizontal skills, we started offering to higher education, community colleges, and so on and so forth. And as we speak, in last 1 year, we have reached more than 127 colleges, out of which more than 40% of the colleges have either 4-year or a 2-year AI associate degree programs based on this. So that's a great progress, but there's a lot more to be done.
I'll add a little bit more. As we are one of the newer members of this and one of the few software vendors with all the skills vendors in the consortium, as we started digesting the report in parallel, we were looking at some of our own skilling products and initiatives. SkyHive by Cornerstone being a pretty powerful skills intelligence engine, and the numbers were starkly similar. And as we were thinking about this, so it made more sense than not instead of solving some of these on a standalone basis. How do we partner with a larger group and effort that is happening for this to actually transform the world to the best of our ability there? So thing number one is that the 90% predominantly resonated with almost all of us. Our own reports show that there was a 411% jump in Gen AI skills requirement, equivalent 90% skills being turned around their head, which both as a not only as a skills benchmarking and an intelligence company, but also someone could help plug that gap, plug the skills gap through learning inside and outside the company. To your point, Lydia, it became imperative that we joined this powerful consortium for us to contribute in our way to how we can change the world.
At Cisco, we did a couple examples to share. One is just sort of baseline. We use the skills to help inform building out an AI for everyone learning program. So we use that as the baseline to really define what do we need to be able to teach everybody across our organization, and how do we create more of a micro burst type of learning strategy where people can learn a little bit and then practice it and learn a little bit and practice it, and then enable some of that kind of team-based learning as well. And so we've kind of developed the learning program around the findings of the report. Aside from that, we also have what we call an AI talent strategy for our workforce planning purposes. And so we have, in the learning space, partnered with the workforce planning group and our TA group to use the insights to help inform how we can build out complete workforce strategies. And so we've taken the data insights in, and we've built out our own LLM model that kind of replicates the breaking down of job roles into tasks and mapping them over into skills. And so we use those skills insights, and we study them kind of on a quarter-by-quarter basis to really help inform, does a skill profile exist externally where we can recruit it, or do we want to become much more surgical about upskilling or reskilling different pockets of our organization where we see those roles evolving the most? So that's sort of how we've been using the research findings within Cisco. So moving on, as we prepare the workforce for AI, it involves more than just adopting the technology, and there's a human factor that is considered in all of this, and we saw it in the report findings that those durable skills were increasingly important. So as we think about leaders and individual contributors, and one of the key questions that we're going to be studying in this next phase of the report, we need to think about how their roles and the skills that they need to develop might be different. So with that in mind, what skills do you think will be critical for leaders and individual contributors due to the advancements of AI?
I can go first again. You mentioned it, right? Durable skills. The technology skills are advancing, so as the technology rapidly advances, so do the skills that are attached to them. So the durable skills, communications, collaboration, project management, those are the ones that are, in Europe they call transversal. They are true across job roles, across sectors. So it's making sure that you understand those. and that you are able to practice them, and then you will have to constantly refresh your technology skills. So it's not as though a degree is the end. The degree may be the beginning, and it may not be always a degree, it's plus, right? We work with a lot of universities that integrate digital credentials into their degree pathways because they know people need industry-recognized skills and credentials along with a degree, and if you step out of your degree pathway, you're leaving with more than just debt, right? You're leaving with a credential, you may come back. But it's important for us to think about that combination of durable skills and technical skills. It's not one or the other, and I think there's been this shift, right? We understand the technical skills are changing rapidly, and the durable skills are constant and more important. That human layer on top of the technology.
Yeah, totally agree. I think the way we think about is on top of AI skill, tech, non-tech, all kinds of AI skill which comes in, and the durable skill, how do we link the two? So think about if you are an employee, AI project management is a whole new topic. People are trained on project management, but people are not trained on AI project lifecycle. Now, this is one of the big issue which we discussed with NSF and when we created National Applied AI Consortium. And as we speak, that is our biggest focus. Current workforce and future workforce, applied AI project management as a skill itself, which is a combination of the two, right? Durable skills, so all the leadership skills, collaboration, communication, empathy, all the AI tech skill, agentic AI, generative AI, non-tech, explaining the biases, understanding privacy, all that, but linking the two with the project management. That's a classical example of how we believe, especially to your point, the new managers and the new leaders, they need to have a new mindset on this.
I'll elaborate, start off with a little bit of data and then talk through what does that mean in the context of the question. In terms of data, our skills report shows that there is about 2.5x to 3x higher demand for human skills than digital skills. Just let that sink for a moment, right? Which means that in a world where knowledge is democratized, wisdom becomes important. So you think with AI and work with people. So that durability, that does not change. That demand hasn't changed. This is for very, very strong technological companies all the way through mid-markets and small and medium-sized businesses, number one. So now what do we do about this? Particularly in a changing landscape, the biggest advocacy that we would have for anyone dealing with this wave change is learning to learn. So how do you keep up with this pace of change and drive that adaptive ability and the inquisitiveness, the curiosity, and have the right tooling and capabilities required at your fingertips that not only is precise in how you think about learning in bite-sized chunks in the flow of work, but also how do you evolve this learning and skilling as a paradigm itself?
So at Cisco, we're spending a lot of time studying how we want to rethink and redefine work and leadership, and we see learning at the center of it. So it's very much on thread here with what we've heard. And so as we think about what does this mean for us, how is work going to change, we see that there's going to be an emphasis on dynamic teams, on teams that are a blend of human and AI. And so then we have to rethink what does leadership mean to us in this new world of work. And so we've defined kind of what does the future Cisco leader look like, and what are the new expectations of the leader. And we really looked back, and something you said, Anshul, earlier about every job is a digital job really it struck a chord with me, because as we think about the leader of the future, we talk about them being tech savvy and also deeply human. And we also have expanded what a leader means to us. Everybody is a leader, whether you manage people or not. So every employee up and down the stack is a leader. And so how do we build that combo of tech-savvy, deeply human leader at the individual contributor, or leading yourself, all the way up to our executives, and really thinking about what are the new expectations in this new world of work where an individual contributor might be leading an AI agent, for example, and everybody becomes a frontline leader. And so we focused in on 4 dimensions that really kind of define what that future leader looks like for us. And we look at what does the tech savviness and what does the deeply human look like. And those 4 factors are, focusing on purpose. So making sure that as an executive, you can express the value that your strategy and your vision is to driving the company's purpose and beyond, but also as an employee, understanding how the work that you're doing and prioritizing links to the company's purpose. And we know from loads of research that having purpose in your work gives you meaning, and it gives you that motivation to want to continue to do your best work. So that's sort of the first dimension. The second is curiosity. So how do we create this culture of curiosity where people are really expanding how they think about learning? Learning isn't sitting in a classroom. Learning is something that happens with every single work experience, and you need to think about how you can bake in space to really be intentional about where you're spending your time and your energy, but also reflecting and learning from each experience that you have. And then there's a agility and resiliency factor that we're looking at as well. So the pace of change is coming at us like a tidal wave. And that's, the pace of change today is the slowest it's gonna be, right? And so how do we prepare our workforce for that's the new normal, right? That's not gonna go away. And so there are skill sets that are underlying there that are gonna be deeply important for us all to learn as we navigate the new normal. And then the fourth dimension is really thinking about that dynamic teaming component, and how do we start to enable cross-functional teams that come together to really deliver on specific initiatives, but then disband and then reform, and what does that look like when those teams are dynamically populated by humans and AI. And so when we think about those four dimensions, we think about what does this look like when it's AI infused, and what does it look like when you're building trust within the organization. And I think that something that doesn't get talked a lot about is that trust component. And it's going to be very important for us to think about as we continue to drive adoption, because those who don't trust the AI are not going to adopt it. And so that fabric gets thread throughout that whole new definition of leadership for us at Cisco. So we've talked a lot about lifelong learning and how, learning to learn and having curiosity is going to be extremely important to us. It doesn't end at the degree, right? It continues on. And what does that look like for us as a workforce? So what does new normal look like in your organization, and how can employers across various sectors, corporations, SMEs, government agencies, NGOs, adapt to this scenario?
So at IBM, we're required to do 40 hours of learning a year. That's been the case for a long time. We call it Think 40. So what's changing for us is what it is that we're all required to learn. So we have done a company-wide watsonx challenge where we all were required to learn the new technology, form teams, or you could submit a project on your own, and use it to solve something. It could be a challenge your own team has, automating something. It'd be coming together and creating something new with social impact. It could be anything, but the purpose was take a few short modules, it was about 2 hours, form a team or create a project idea, and then try it out. So you have to come up with this way of getting people engaged. And it may be a light lift, and ideally it's with, you've got to create opportunities for people to engage with the technology and see that that they're capable of doing it. We had done a survey with Morning Consult, and people said, I don't see myself as a technology person. I think the training is too expensive, and I don't know where to start. And so whether you're a university, a government agency, a corporation, giving those opportunities to your employees, your learners, your staff, where to start, it can be done, and we will help you. So for us, Skills Build is the external, right, low-hanging fruit. Internally, we're required to do it through project-based learning with peers. And then there were prizes, right? So for the great projects, there were prizes, they were highlighted across the company, and we've now done this a second year in a row. But you have to get the mindset to change, right? You can't just drop in the technology or make a demand. It has to be coupled with some change management, some mindset shift, some support, and the ability to try it and with a low risk so that people are willing to adopt and continue.
you said very interesting point, actually. Technology cannot be just dropped in this context. I totally agree. Actually, I mean, learnability is a huge topic. You said that, right? We're seeing this entire shift of, instead of older paradigm of learning to work, now we are saying work to learn, right? Every moment is a learning moment. So how do you create that learning culture? But a bigger challenge, which we kind of recognize within Intel and outside for our customers, just to give a real data point, day before yesterday in the ASU GSV show, I was talking to a customer, and the customer was explaining for unlearning, they take normally on an average 2 years. So if an engineer is trained on, let's say, Java skill of programming and coding, and now they need to kind of unlearn that skill to really have agentic AI come in, right? Or auto AI, or low-code, no AI, low-code, no-code AI skills, right? It's like a 2-year cycle for unlearn. So we cannot, in a competitive world, afford that. So that's why we had to kind of trigger this continuous learning moments right in their work, so that it doesn't look like you're creating another additional drop of technology. So be it through their day-to-day use cases, AI for sales, AI for marketing, AI for purchase, AI for finance, what does that learning moment look like, whereby they discover that, hey, low risk, I can do this, it's not difficult, I have a peer support. So creating that cultural change is a very important point, which is where we are.
It's fantastic. It's fascinating to hear about it, viewing it from the other side. So I would parse this out into 3 parts: engagement, motivation, and outcome. Engagement is exactly what you said and what you had said, Anshul and Lydia, respectively, right? This is how do you get that desire to drive self-directed learning? How do you do it in cohorts? How do you have channels and groups by which people can socially share what they do? There is 2x higher consumption of learning if it's produced by a peer, right? So that user-generated content, you're learning through that. Engagement is also how do you practice in a safe space in a VR or an AR environment where you're practicing delivering a performance feedback to someone, you're negotiating pricing strategies, you're de-escalating a customer escalation call. So how do you drive all of these in a way that is gamified, that is exciting, and that actually engages them, right? VR has 4x higher focus and retention than normal learning. So how do you enable that? The second piece is motivation. People who have a skills profile and navigate to learning from their skills profile have 10 to 20% higher engagement. That is because they're learning towards something. They're learning towards building their credentials. They're learning towards what does this mean? And how do you get to that particular point is by virtue of, the self-motivation comes from it's like MyFitnessPal or your Apple Fitness Ring, etc. I'm doing it towards hitting a particular goal, and then the outcomes come from there. And then this is also by virtue of if you actually navigate from a talent marketplace. I'm a designer, I want to become a chief product officer, and you have your talent marketplace that is underlying is skills, and then you have learning recommendations tied to that, then your motivation is skyrocketing. Your engagement is towards something, and that's learning by doing, which is not just courses or material, but it's gigs, projects, mentoring, all of the above. And then last is outcome. Does learning drive business results? Is there a change in proficiency? Are you able to fill roles faster? Are you able to retain talent more? Are you able to unleash your business outcomes ultimately? So these are, if you follow this paradigm, exactly what you all said, but from the view of someone who's actually driving, the software and the change management side of things, it's fascinating to hear that.
So a couple of themes that we heard here. So starting with the change management, interestingly enough, I sat in on a panel earlier this morning with BCG, who was sharing their research findings, and one of the aspects that they talked about was driving adoption. Those who are successful in driving adoption are those who are focused on the people and processes and systems, not on the technology. So to your point, you can't just drop the technology and say, go use it. You have to look at your infrastructure. We call it our own iOS, right? Our own operating system. And so what we're doing is we're looking at our people practices, and we're trying to figure out how do we make sure that we embed the right reward and recognition. So what is incentivized, right, is usually where people find motivation, right? And so we're looking at that infrastructure to really make sure that it is reinforcing the types of behaviors and mindsets that we know are going to be critical to our success. So that was kind of one theme. And then we talk a little bit about team-based learning or cohort-based learning, but learning with and from your peers. And one of the cool pilots that we did at Cisco, or that we're starting to scale now, is something that we call teaming with AI. And it was a comprehensive approach around how do we get the everyday user to start to engage with the AI tools that we're building and launching as an organization. And then how do we get them to the point where they can like work through the methodology to actually embed it into their workflows. And so it's basically a phased approach that we take intact teams through. And then there's a learning program that kind of teaches you step by step how to work your way through the framework. And there's support, right, where you can chat with each other, right? We've got like collaborative, we have WebEx team space where they can share tips and tricks and practices along the way. And so that's another example of kind of how we're thinking about it. And then we're also looking as a learning organization. I mentioned that we've been partnering very closely with the workforce planning and the TA team, but we're also looking at how do we get much more embedded with the business leaders and what they're working on from a roadmap perspective, especially within IT, so that we can have a seat at the table around what technology are you looking at so that we can develop the learning in real time to be able to kind of push it out and allow for that level of experimentation and moving much more towards the experiential microburst type of learning that can be kind of just pushed out to people in the flow of the environment in which they're accustomed to working. So we've got about 10 minutes left. We can open it up for questions, or I can throw the panel a couple of bonus questions here by surprise. Does anybody have any questions?
I know we didn't cover everything. There must be burning questions.
I think she has a question.
So I can take it first and then open up to the floor. So to me, I think about it in two dimensions. One goes back to that trust factor that I was talking about. Like we have to have a culture of trust within our organization, and we have to trust that we're going to be able to use the AI responsibly and ethically. And that really is foundational in how we think about and how we train people around AI. And that is, to me, I think is fundamental in how we think about driving adoption of it. But I also think I think employers have a responsibility to explain how the roles will shift and evolve in an exciting way and show that investment, right? We heard about 40 hours of learning, right? Like show that we as an organization are invested in helping you to build the skills of the future, because it's not going to go away. And so that, I think, is our responsibility as corporate America, is to really make sure that we are getting ahead of, getting the predictive insights around how are the skills going to change, and then being able to match that with the right learning programs, and then get the workforce excited about, hey, you don't have to do this 10% of work that doesn't excite you anymore. You can focus on this 10% that does excite you, right? That problem solving, those more human skills that I think a lot of people are dying to be able to spend more time on anyway. And so I think it's really kind of doing more storytelling in that dimension, and also kind of spotlighting like where there's being positive impact. I think we've seen throughout the industry, like the technologies have come and impacted the roles, but sometimes in a very positive way. The best example I like to use, I come from a banking family, is when the ATM came on. And everyone was like, bank tellers are going to go away. They're not going to exist anymore. And they do. But their job has changed. So it's not like transactional. They are now sellers. They are now those who understand the products of the bank. They are the face in the front line of the bank. And so they still exist, but that role has just fundamentally changed over time. And that's the same thing that's going to happen with AI, with our roles.
I so when I have these conversations with our customers, this is an extremely important question, and one where we answer both logically and empathetically. And towards this, Marcy's example is spot on, right? Same thing with switchboard operators. We have a networking company, and we have a software company, and we have a chip manufacturing company that has grown and has orders that they are barely able to fulfill. That is the level of growth. But you don't have switchboard operators. That has transformed into these kind of roles. So we have, as a leadership, the responsibility of actually pointing out both the threat and the opportunity and paving the way for continuous learning and upskilling. Now, both from it's the smart thing to do and the right thing to do, which is upskilling our employees so that they can prepare not only for the present, but also for the future. And this is why learning and the rest of the talent management processes like career mobility cannot be decoupled. You cannot, it's not one and done. So you need that path from A to B and what needs to be true for you to get to B. Because in aggregate, let's not forget that the demand is there. Whilst jobs are getting replaced, the overall, the economic indices are all showing growth right now, right? Forget last week, right? So, the simultaneous loss of jobs and low unemployment rate is a paradox, and that happens once a decade when there is a technological inflection point. It happened, when you watch Mad Men kind of shows people plugging stuff, that goes away and something else comes up, and the society is generally, more often than not, better off for it, but only if we as leaders lean in and accept that responsibility and not say, too bad, so sad, not my problem.
Well, as you said, I think the net jobs over a period of time, technology is a net addition in terms of job. But to explain it to a 20-year-old kid, that's not an answer, right? Yeah, today, that's absolutely right. I agree. So that's why exactly, we should not be looking at this only as a technology industry conversation. You have to have this conversation across all industries. AI-infused workforce is not an ICT conversation alone. It has to be all the jobs. And also, not just job, all livelihood. Entrepreneurship, think about that. AI plays a significant role in really enhancing entrepreneurship. So where is those conversation, right? So that's why, I totally agree with the point. Technology is very revolutionary. People and workforce are very evolutionary, right? So you have to start conversation where they are, right? So, and the job conversation, if it is only about the tech industry job, then, pressure comes in on people. Oh, am I going to get a job now? But the moment you change the conversation to the wider number of jobs or beyond to the wider work, right? There's a lot of hope. Entrepreneurship is growing in this country everywhere, right? So livelihood, all kinds of work. I have example in Houston Community College, she's there. A plumber who comes into a community college start using AI in his plumbing business and become a more productive plumber. Those are the stories to tell, and I totally agree with the point. We need to celebrate those moments, those stories, share those examples with people.
I'll add too that I think that there's as a consortium, we believe that there's an important partnership between public and private as we think about what we can do to help support globally, so students from college all the way into corporate. what can we do to help to support? And so with the first report that we launched, we actually had learning recommendations for all of the skills that were increasing in relevance, and 85% of them are free and open to the public, because each of our corporations have an external arm of learning that is for social good. And so I think that there is an element that we believe as a consortium that we play a role in helping to prepare the future of our workforce. And then I think that some of us, for me in particular as the Chief Learning Officer, I'm thinking about how do we address like we've got an aging workforce that can't afford to retire, but they want to kind of not work as much, right? And then we have the students who are going to need jobs. And how might we consider moving towards more like apprenticeships, for example, so that they can learn those skill sets that are going to be required on the job once you get into a corporate type of setting. So we are thinking about it as learning leaders as we think about that partnership and how we can influence. I saw another hand.
From the lens of trying to rapidly transform your workforce, completely agree that engagement, motivation, inspiration, communication are essential. But business as usual can really get in the way. Everyone's busy, right? And if you're trying to do this fast, whether it's from fear or opportunity, what's the minimum that you found you need to mandate, right? Because you'd rather people volunteer to do it, but sometimes everyone's just too busy. So what's the minimum mandate?
I think there are a lot of different approaches to this. IBM has taken more of a carrot than a stick approach. They've provided the learning opportunities for us. They've given us time to actually engage in learning opportunities, and then expected and encouraged us to continue that learning all the time, all year. It's an extension of the Think 40 hours, but there have been specific AI skilling opportunities by team, company-wide. There have been prizes attached to it. We were asked to share our stories with our peers, engage our peers, and then we're challenged inside our departments, right? These are not external goals, but if you automated 30% of your job, what would you do? What would you change? What would you learn? How would you use this time differently? And so we're challenging ourselves with those questions as teams. How could this change how our team, our division can get work done? We're going back to the office, so if we had less time around administrative tasks, more things that were automated, we can spend more time ideating as a team. So it's not often a losing proposition. This is a, how do we work better together? And we have to free up the time in order to do that, but you have to know how to use the technology in order to do that.
Yeah, I think that we as well, we use more of the carrot versus the stick approach, but we also embed, so like we're working on like flagship leadership programming that would be required before you could be considered for a promotion, for example, right? And so that flagship programming is an integration of the deeply human and the tech savvy skills combined. And so we emphasize, how do you work? How are you a team member on a dynamic team that includes AI? What does it look to have curiosity in a team, right? So that we talk about learn fearlessly, like have the safe space to be able to experiment, fail fast to learn faster. So that's all embedded into that flagship programming that is required to move in your career. And so that is kind of how we mandate it. And then there are, to Sonia's point, there are Lydia's point, sorry. Sonia's on her team. There are AI-specific things that we are pushing out that we are requiring of people. So responsible AI, for example, is a requirement of everybody across our company. So there are things like that that we kind of put into the compliance bucket of learning. All right, well, I think that we are at time, so thank you all for joining us. I encourage you all to check out the AI ICT Consortium's report, and if you have any questions, stick around. Thank you.
All right, so some of my favorite people are about to have a conversation that as a former classroom teacher, school leader, and lifelong educator is incredibly important to me. The mental health and well-being of students isn't just a challenge schools are navigating. It's a fundamental issue that impacts learning, achievement, and the future of education itself. And today's panel brings together leaders who aren't just talking about the challenges, they're actively working to solve them. First, we have our powerhouse moderator, who I love because she takes care of me and she takes care of our nation's children, is Kaya Henderson. She is the Executive Vice President and Executive Director of the Center for Rising Generations at the Aspen Institute. She is the founder of Reconstruction and the former Chancellor of DC Public Schools. And we have our incredible panelist, Daryl DMC McDaniels, a hip-hop legend, philanthropist, author, who has been a tireless advocate for youth education and mental health. We have Michael London, founder and CEO of You Will, who is at the forefront of expanding mental health access for students nationwide. And we have Dr. Michael Cormack, Deputy Superintendent of Jackson Public Schools, who is leading efforts to strengthen student support systems at scale. We are live streaming, so there are folks around the country who we already know are tuning in, and so we're so excited for this conversation. And with that, I will turn it over to the wonderful Kaya Henderson.
Thank you, Tiffany, and thank you, panelists, for being willing to come and talk about what I think is one of the most important crises facing our young people, and that is the mental health crisis. I want to ask you each to just talk a little bit about how you come to this work. A rapper, You Will, people might not know what that is about, and who knows what's happening in Jackson Public Schools. Why are you here? How do you come to this work?
I have a personal relationship of discovering the situations and difficulties and impact of mental health. After the whole Run DMC stuff, walking this way in my Adidas to tell the world how tricky life can be. Life got real tricky.
These people are not, okay, are y'all not catching this? Oh, all right, come on.
Yeah. Long story short, 1993, when Down with the King came out, Down with the King, they put Run DMC back on the chart, back on the road, back on MTV. Right when that happened, I woke up the next day and I wanted to kill myself. But before that, I was an alcoholic, suicidal, metaphysical wreck. Then all of a sudden, I got depressed and wanted to kill myself. Then I found out that I was adopted. Then Jam Master Jay got shot and killed. And then my father, Bifer, died. So you can imagine what I went through. So fortunately, I went to rehab to stop drinking. That's where I discovered therapy. And then I came out and people would see me, and hip-hop is about keeping it real. So I saw no shame or no weakness in saying, DMC, man, I ain't seen you in a long time. Where you been? Well, I just got out of therapy, and I was in rehab, and I was thinking of killing myself. And when I would share that with people, two things would happen. These people would go, sometimes they would go, DMC, I've never told anybody this. Me too. So that meant they was walking around their whole life struggling, not telling anybody, and the only reason they're telling me is because DMC just admitted it. And the other one was, DMC, I've never told anybody this, but my mother, my daughter, my father. So I realized me not being ashamed to have a conversation about, conversation is the thing that could get people to have the confidence and courage to go heal themselves. So I've been through a mental health journey. Here I am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say up front, I've presented with Daryl many times. I'm used to not being as good. So, don't worry about it. It's cool. It's cool. It's totally normal. I'm an education technology entrepreneur first and foremost, and years back, I wanted to do what I felt was the most pressing issue within K-12 and higher education, and that was to support the students. So early on, we, early on, we said, what is it that is most critical to those students? And that was to give them a level of immediacy that they couldn't get anywhere else. And that's what we did. So we work with more than 100 K-12 schools, a few hundred colleges, and we just help the students in the best way that we know how, using tech, but using good people, and they're our own people. So we just feel good about that. And personally, like a lot of us here, I've had mental health issues, certainly within the family, and I've been a mental health advocate for a sibling my whole life. I know what it feels like to not have what you need, and I just don't want other people to be in that situation. So thanks again for giving me the chance to be here.
So I come to this work with two lenses. One as an educator, as a career educator, leading a school system, but then another as a dad, and both I think equally important and really unique lenses. And reflecting early in my career as a beginning school administrator, adopting a program of social emotional learning, one of the key insights that Dr. Mark Brackett shared was that social emotional learning and this work of mental health supports was for everyone with a face. And when you think about that, like literally the work of mental health and support is for everybody with a face. And it really, as a systems leader, means supporting the adults in being really good emotional role models for our students, modeling the behaviors and dealing with their own trauma so that they can show up as their best selves for our children. But thinking specifically as my role as a dad, I think about my daughter and sharing in middle school some girls in her friend set who were cutting. And we're dealing with challenges of cutting and all of that, and being an open space where she could have that conversation with me so that I could deal with that both with her and dealing with the pressures and how I show up to parent, but also being a support to her friends. I think about it, as a father of a young black boy, one who was born in the summer of 2013, and I recall driving home from a class weekend. I was getting my doctorate at the time, and making my way from Nashville to Jackson, and listening on the radio as the George Zimmerman verdict was read and shared, and thinking about my son who was unborn at the time, and just reeling with the impact of this challenge, this charge that I would have to raise a young black boy in America, and all of the challenges that would impact. And then fast forward to his young adolescence as he now is starting to lose his baby face, as he's sporting a little milk mustache, and that he's also wrestling with a diagnosed mood disorder. And so struggling to handle situations that are pro-social, and wrestling with my own responsibilities to parent him in a way that keeps him alive. And so thinking about those dual roles and trying to create a school system so that my child is seen and supported and loved in the way that his mother and I love him, and that all kids in our system have the supports that they can have to thrive and to stay alive, not just to stay alive, but to thrive.
Thank you for that. We talk about these young people as the anxious generation, according to Jonathan Haidt. I was at the bookstore this afternoon, and there's the disengaged teen. All of the narratives about our young people are deficit-based narratives, and we talk about them as a result of what adults have done, right? These are young people who have been targeted by social media to be addicted to their devices. These are young people who, Jonathan Haidt says, have been overparented, and so they don't have the resilience and the independence that folks need. And every day, these kids are thugging it out in the streets, trying to figure out how to get an education, be social, and what have you. So how do you think about young people in this moment? What are you seeing from the young people that you interact with, especially as it relates to mental health? And I'll ask you to start us off, Michael. London.
Sure. Well, that's a really good question, and we're seeing a little of everything, but I almost want to touch on some of the things that you just mentioned because I think they're of particular interest. Oftentimes, when a student sees someone on social media winning, achieving, getting into college, making the team, making the all-star team, getting committed to a college for their sport, a picture with their girlfriend, whatever it is, that makes them feel badly. So they see other people with their successes, and they're often thinking about how, in particular, those successes aren't successes that they're having at that very moment. You know, they see people, you know, there's two friends just with their arms around each other taking a picture. Well, why wasn't I in that picture? Why wasn't I invited? What was I doing then? Hey, I think I was home. Why? I didn't know they were out. So I think that, you know, what we're seeing, you know, and I try really hard not to be clinical. I try to be real. We're just seeing real life stuff that students are feeling all the time. They're feeling it when they're really young now, right? Because not that any of us parents would allow for this, but there are, you know, 6, 7, 8-year-olds on TikTok, right? So they're seeing this all the time. They're seeing the most beautiful people. They're seeing it all. And so they're just not feeling perfect about themselves because of the good things that are happening to others. And they think in some weird way that they're just not achieving at the same level as their peers.
I also think one of the problems, excuse me, is that kids listen to everything. They pay attention to everything. When they're confused and when they don't fit in, when they have doubts and stuff like that, they think there's something wrong with that. But also, they look at adults who say, man, if I don't have that car, if I have that car, I'll be better. If I don't have that body, if I don't look a certain way, if I ain't doing this, if I ain't like all the rich people and the billionaires and stuff like that, they hear us talk. And then they're thinking on their level, okay, if I'm going through what Michael's going through, what about me later? So we got to make the children understand that, number one, you have everything necessary for you to get through whatever it is that you're going through, but a lot of times the situations that you was created for is not available to them when they're first going through their trauma. A lot of these adults going through these problems were young people that were traumatized the same way the kids were, if you understand what I'm saying. And they got to feel comfortable talking about how they feel. And one of the things that helped my generation, now the typical rapper was 12 to 25 years old. That's young. And even though we might have not been having conversations directly, when we was given an outlet like that microphone, we was able to speak on the situations affecting us emotionally. What I'm trying to say is the message was a mental health record. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me, it was a call for help. It was a plea. Don't push me. So everything that these kids are struggling with and fighting and the values what they have, the message came out and said, this is how we all feel. And what you got to understand about the message, it was young people not just writing about them, they was writing about what they saw their parents going through with the 9 to 5s and the social communities. Then Soul Sonic Force, they made the record Planet Rock, which was vision. Okay, it's messed up, it's crazy, it's unemployment, stuff like that. But we know a place where we could go. The problem with our young people, at an instant, like Michael said, they don't have places to go. One of the things that I discovered that us adults, we have a bad habit of when the youngest of the young, you know, the elementary school, come and say, I want to talk about, you know, these feelings that I'm having. And it's very mature stuff. We have a habit of going, don't think like that. You're too young to think like that. Not realizing you just damaged that kid. Because when they get to the, you know, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, They remember when they was 4 and 5 and adults screamed at them for feeling that. So psychologically, they thinking that emotion is wrong. So when it comes to them and we ain't around, oh, let me cut myself, let me drink, let me lash out at you, let me lash out at myself. And if I don't want to lash out at you or lash out at myself, I take the other road where I just going to kill myself because I don't want to deal with this. We got to get to a place where it's cool and okay to talk about your emotions, young people, the same way if I sit here and I go, my tooth is hurting, you're going to say without hesitation, go to the dentist. Yeah. And like you said, for the teachers, we're dealing with mental health issues, but teachers ain't afraid to talk about the physical things or the academic things they see with our children. A teacher's got to be able to speak up. The same way Miss Peterson in 2nd grade noticed something was wrong with Daryl, because when he looks at the backboard, he does this. He was squinting. So when my mother came to pick me up, without hesitation, she said, Miss McDaniels, I think Daryl needs glasses, because my mother took me to get glasses. The young people need to feel comfortable in real time talking to all of the adults that's around them. The problem is they think these emotions make them weird. And when I was in therapy, I found out why I was drinking so much. I was diagnosed with suppressed emotions. Because the first thing my therapist asked me, Michael, when I got in therapy, when I sat down in rehab, he asked me this question. I'm 35 years old, but they said, Daryl, during your whole career with Run DMC, did anybody ever do anything to upset you, make you mad, or get you mad and upset? So I'm sitting in front, and I go, no. And my therapist, the coolest thing ever happened, he got real with me. He was a white guy, maybe about 45 years old. He had the long white cloak on, and he had the doctor's, pamphlet, in the chart like that. And I go, no. He said, he stood up, started unbuttoning his thing, and I'm like, what, he's going to beat my butt or something? And he put it down, he took his glasses off, and he sat down with me, and he looked me in my eye, and he said, you're a goddamn Emma effing liar. And when he said it, it hit my soul. Flashback to all the trauma. Yeah, in 1985 when Run did this, in 1978 when my mom did that, and it all just poured out of me. But she also said you was able to get through a lot because you artistically expressing your feelings on a microphone was the release for you. So we got to set it up, like you said, in the school system. What he does in the house and what we do with our kids in our homes, we need to be doing that very same thing in the school system. So not just so they can feel safe and comfortable, so they can have confidence and courage to address the issues themselves. We need to allow them to lead us to a system, because sometimes when we come in and forcefully assist them, they shut down.
London wants to get in here. What you got, London?
Oh, me again?
Yes. I thought you
No, I was just liking him.
Okay, got it.
So
That's fine.
He's very
That's
good.
helpful. Go ahead,
And
Cormac.
that's why Michael approached me. He saw me talking about it. Conversation breeds solutions to this transformation that children need. So Michael just saw me talking about it and said, hey, man, I got this cool thing called You Will with it. And if I come and tell the kids, here's what I did, you can do this too. I went to a college to speak. None of this, and sometimes the colleges do have facilities there, but some of the kids need it now. You can't wake up in the morning and then they say, come see me Thursday. So Michael, he set it up using technology as an assistant so it could be instant. He saw me talking about it. He said, I can make this all I want, but if I have somebody that makes it cool, and he came to me and said, D, you want to work with me? Yes. Why? Because it's needed.
Cormac, let me ask you a question specifically about schools. Having run schools, I often feel like schools are asked to do far too many things. Teachers are asked to be counselors, psychologists, all the parents, all of the things. How do you think about how we address mental health issues in schools without overburdening teachers and other educators?
I think it's a really huge question, Guy, because you're right. We do ask a lot of our educators, and rightfully so. maybe it's helpful to just share one story. So one of the charges that I give our principals is to replicate this activity. So at mid-year, we have our principals print out every child's name in a school on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. And so imagine going into a middle school cafeteria and every student's name is at the top of a white sheet of paper. And then below, the charge is for every educator that's in that professional development to write their name below a child that they know well. And by know well, we talk about, like, do you know their parents, what they like to do, a sport or activity, something deep about the child, not just, you know, they take my class, right? And what was so powerful about this activity is that you have certain students with a list that are known by all of the adults in the building. And the challenge is those children whose name only has a single name underneath or has no names underneath. Right. Our students can't go through the experience of school not being known well by an adult and by a caring adult that knows something about them, knows to check in on them. It's because we had that caring adult, that caring educator in our life, somebody outside of our parents that we were able to lean into, a coach, someone familiar. And so I think that it's inherent on our schools to create a sense of belonging. I mean, because at the base it is like, do I belong? And do I have a sense and someone that knows me well, and creating that structure to do that? Because when I contemplate suicide or have an ideation about something, I need someone I can tap into, somebody who recognizes when my behaviors start to change. I need somebody who I can tap into. Michael made it really important about social media, and I think it bears remarking that, like, even as adults in social media, we encounter a little bit of envy. Like, I go to my Instagram and I've got peck and ab envy based on what I see, right? I mean, and so we're all experiencing this, and our children are not unique in that. What makes us a little different as adults is that we have this self-concept, we have some self-esteem, we have another tape, an angel on our shoulder helping us to manage these feelings and these emotions of envy, right? And what we do is we express that all emotions are acceptable, right? It's okay to feel a little sense of this, but it's how do we manage it? How do we regulate these emotions? And so instituting programs of social and emotional learning are so key because it helps to elevate all of these emotions that are uncomfortable and that we have suppressed. And we can say, hey, we don't need to suppress that, we just need to be able to manage that. And so when I felt this feeling of comparison and jealousy because I wasn't in the Instagram photo, right? How do I manage that? And how do I do that so that it doesn't become overwhelming?
Thank you for that. Not just in schools, at home, in the community, our young people are dealing with all of this. And our jobs in schools are to make them resilient, are to give them the skills to help them manage. What role do people play beyond the schoolhouse?
I guess everybody has a responsibility to be able to communicate or represent situations in the young people's lives. So one of the things that I did was I saw what my music was doing to young people when I first started. When I got into hip-hop, I come into hip-hop, you know, it was, you know, death, darkness, and destruction. It was gang banging and drug dealing and all that. But me, even in those neighborhoods, with all that around, everybody was rhyming about all the depressing stuff. And I was like, yo, even in those neighborhoods, there's kids playing in the sprinkler, double dutch, there's Skelly, there's kids reading their comic books. So when I get on the mic, I'm like, I can't rhyme about a gang because I was never in one. I can't, you know, brag about the things that the Hard Rocks and the Thugs, you know, I never sell drugs. I don't want to go to jail because I write my freedom. So I had to speak my truth. And I remember when I first made, you know, my first 2 records, we did It's Like That, and That's the Way to, and then we did a record called Sucker MCs, where The sucker was the guy running around doing all the bad stuff in the neighborhood. But when run past me the mic, I didn't know what to say, and I go, I'm DMC, and the place to be, I go to St. John's University, and since kindergarten I acquired the knowledge. After 12th grade, I went straight to college. Now, when I sat down the record, years later, this guy calls into the radio station, and, you know, I'm on the old school at noon or whatever. He's like, yo, DMC, man, what's up? My name's Peanut, man. He said, let me tell you something, man. When I was young, man, I was confused, and I was sad and depressed, and I ain't have it all. And, you know, I was selling drugs, and I was running with the wrong crowd and stuff like that, but I was loving this hip-hop music. You know what I'm saying? And it was guys that looked like me and sound like me from the place that I'm sounding about, talking about good things like it's cool. He said, man, when I heard you talking about school, he said it wasn't just the way that it wasn't like you was preaching it to me. You just mentioned it, and it was like the coolest thing. He said, man, I had the Kango, I had the Gazelles, I had the Benz, and I had the Electric 225, and I was doing all this stuff. But here goes, you know, Run DMC and Mo D and Chuck D talking about school. He said, I realized I was lacking something. So he said, just because he heard a conversation from somebody from where he's at mention it, he said, man, I thought I had it all to go chain, but I knew I was lacking something. So he said, just from hearing us talking about education like it was cool, he went and got a GED. So now he was standing with his Adidas, his Kangol and stuff like that, but he also got the GED. But then he said, with that GED, they said I was able, because of this piece of paper, to go to community college. He said, I never thought I would be able to go through those doors. So I think what it is, we got to set examples in everyday situations for our young people now so that they be prepared, like you said, when they get older. We get older, and we have a little luck on our sides. Like you said, we got that other tape playing. Right now, they just got one tape, and they're recording everything that they see. So I said, you know what? If I was able to do that to kids that was like 12 and older, what am I going to do for the little kids? So I created a book called Daryl's Dream. And it's just a story about me in the 3rd grade wanting to say my poem. And with me wanting to say my poem, I get abused, bullied, and teased as corny, this and that. And, you know, I crossed my name off the talent show because I'm trying to be like other people. But immediately I felt something was wrong. And one of the key moments in the book is I want to do my poem. Sally and Charlie say it's the corniest thing ever, so to please them, I cross my name off it, but I feel bad. But I don't let them know, so I go home and I do one of these. Without letting my mom and them know, I go, Mom, what would you do if you wanted to do something, but you didn't, the other kids didn't want to do it, so you didn't want to do it? And she's looking at me like this. She says, honey, Daryl, you have to believe in yourself, follow your own heart. But she tells me that I still don't believe that. So I run upstairs. I don't agree with that. I want to be liked, and I want to be accepted. So long story short, it's Daryl's dream. I have this dream. 3 things in the dream happen to me that I wake up the next morning, and I go, I'm going to do my poem whether they like it or not. And I run back, and I go do my poem, and then I get a standing ovation. Now Charlie and Denise want to be my friend. There's very 2 people that's picking on me now. Yo, that was cool, because they saw I'm getting attention now. Can you teach me how to do poetry like you? And I could have said in the book, I ain't teaching you nothing. You would tease me. But I go, yeah, I'm going to teach you, but I don't want you to do poetry like me. You got to do poetry like yourself. So I think if we put examples, I'm bringing that up to say that our world is our households, our family, our friendships, and everywhere we go in our environment. The kids' environment is, even though they're young, emotions, problems, and situations are identical, but their world is their households, their street, their neighborhood, their backyard, their classrooms, and in the schoolyards. And let me tell you, in the you know this, in the classroom, all the emotions that we get on a daily basis from our marriages and home, they get it on those levels. So I think if we start talking about it, and one of the easy things that I do when I go talk to these little kids, a perfect example is fear. So I go, I've been in the music business 40 years. Hip-hop's been around for 50 years. I still get, and I say this, I still get scared before I go on stage. So now a little kindergarten and 5th graders like, oh, so it's okay to be scared. Because the great mighty DMC still get scared. So if we put these little examples at every instance where there's a situation of them going through something, it's affecting them emotionally and mentally and socially. But if we start working with them now, when they by themselves, they will have, you don't learn anything unless you experience it. We got to let them experience it, meet them on their level so that when it happens and nobody's around, they will have their other tape, I love that, running in their head.
Michael London.
So when you ask that question, I can't help but think about some Facebook things that I've recently read. And over the last couple of years, I started to notice it more and more. I've actually had people that I knew 20, 30 years ago, and they're writing on Facebook that, life isn't worth it. Or they're literally, and I don't know if that happened to other people. I don't know if I'm in a different crowd, but truly, I've seen it. I started to personally take responsibility to reach out. People that I barely have talked to since high school, and I'm pretty old. So this is it's a while ago, and you have to reach out. So my point is, everybody has a responsibility in mental health. And so when I think about schools, and I'm sure you're going to say this more eloquently than I, it's the teachers and administration too. It's not just the counselors. So, those individuals, they're seeing stuff all the time. So what are they supposed to do about that, right? They're not licensed therapists, but yet, what level of training do they have? And if they don't have training, what good common sense can we give them so that we can make sure that everybody's helping someone when they're giving those signals?
So I want to kind of go back to the question that you asked about kind of the negative narrative about our students, because it's pervasive. But what I see in my work is I see kids that are achieving, that are thriving, that are really brilliant, and that want to support their peers in being healthy and making healthy decisions. We have a partnership in Jackson Public Schools with Teen Health Mississippi, and we train on a voluntary basis our scholars, our high school students, to support their peers through a program that we call Mental Health First Aid. And they're not trained clinicians, nor do we ask them to become practitioners, right? But what we do ask them to do is, and what we alert them to and train them on, are a sensitivity to when their peers' behaviors start to change, or a sensitivity to being there for one another and reaching out and asking the question, girl, how you feeling? Or how you really doing? Right. And being able to, with cultural competence, be able to ask the question and to alert that trusted adult when things are not right. When things go awry, to that trusted person that can tap in for support. And it also means training our team members to do the same, to be there as emotional support for our students. Again, it goes back to everybody with a face needs to be able to support mental health supports, and we have to erase some of the stigmas that have existed in our communities around tapping into therapeutic resources and others to make and to build structures that support all scholars thriving.
Thank you. So as our wrap-up question, this is a room full of educators, technologists, investors, all people who in their day-to-day work are trying to figure out how to help our kids be resilient and how to support them in thriving. What is the one sentence, what's the one sentence that you want to leave people with as they think about building a resilient generation?
Conversation is important. Collaboration and conversation, collaboration, and cooperation will bring about transformation in all of the mental health issues affecting us all.
Come on, I like it.
We got to work together with teachers, parents,
okay. London.
Schools and students deserve mental health support, whether they can afford it or not.
Amen. Well, there's a clap for that.
There it is. I think it means every child needs a champion. Every child.
Y'all join me in thanking the best panel ever for their commitment to our young people and for sharing with us today. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right, folks, welcome to the 2025 Education Innovation Showcase. Let's give a round of applause for everyone in the room today. Yes. So my name is Tiffany Taylor, and I have the pleasure of serving as a partner and co-president here at GSV, and I am so thrilled to welcome each and every one of you with us today.
And I'm Julia Heiser, our Senior Vice President of Program and Community here at ASU+GSV. Tiffany and I are beyond excited to bring this event back for its third year at ASU+GSV. This year, we saw even greater response, with innovations submitted from across the United States and the world, including 5 international entries. Our 35 first-round judges, representing 12 organizations, evaluated these submissions based on key criteria: the problem being addressed, the use of innovative technology, the overall impact, the insights gained and shared, and the inclusion of diverse perspectives. While every innovation that was submitted plays a vital role in shaping education, today's selected finalists were chosen by experienced educators who prioritized what is most meaningful and relevant for students in classrooms today. We can't wait to dive in.
All right, so today we will introduce and celebrate those 10 finalists across both categories, idea and impact. While our judges deliberate, our Powered by partners will take the stage to share the most exciting innovations that they've encountered in the past year. And after that, we're going to hear who the winners are in both categories. And just as a reminder, I know you've received like 5 million emails from ASU+GSV, and you are so probably sick of us, but just in case you didn't open this one, I want to remind you what the prizes are. So we have in both the impact and idea category, the winners will receive personalized virtual consultation and a tailored full-day in-person workshop on the LEAP Learning Framework. Clap for that, please, because that is amazing. Scott didn't pay me to ask you all to clap for him. We're going to have consulting with the Neogenesis Group, training on the Digital Promise Inclusive Innovation Framework, and complimentary registration and accommodation for any League of Innovative Schools convening or event. We're going to have a design sprint with Transcend Education and complimentary registration to next year's ASU+GSV Summit. And additionally, the ideal winner will receive a $5,000 sub-grant from Educating All Learners to ensure innovation reaches all students. Thank you so much for that. And yes, there is a little bit more. For the first time, our amazing Powered by partners will be providing support to all 10 of our finalists, recognizing that all of these innovations are having an impact with children across the country. Thank you so much for your support.
Yes, we are so excited about these incredible prizes, so thank you again to our amazing partners who have been so generous in providing the prize package to our winners. And now I'm going to take a moment to introduce our judges, who are also our Powered by partners. So judges, when I call your name, please stand and be recognized. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Baron Davis, Senior Advisor at Digital Promise. Nick Namba, Managing Partner at Transcend. Aurora Drudger, Project Director of Educating All Learners Alliance at Innovate EDU. And Scott Frauheim, CEO of Leap Innovation. All right, so now let's get started. This year, we're excited to honor 6 innovations in the idea category, and I'd like to invite those 6 innovations to join us on stage now. All right, so we're going to ask each of our finalists to do a brief introduction of who they are and what their project is. And then after they all introduce, you'll just pass the microphone down, we'll announce our top 2. So we're going to start with ASU Preparatory Academy.
Thank you very much. Hello, judges. My name is Amy McGrath, and I'm from ASU Prep, and we are launching a new kind of high school. And I'm going to tell you about 3 things that make us different. Number 1, students set the pace. So mastery-based models mean that students move forward when they've demonstrated they're ready, not tied to a fixed calendar, and it is powered by expert guides and pretty incredible technology. Number 2, learning feels alive. Through Socratic seminar, through wonder sessions, in-depth explorations, we get rid of routine learning and we instill and reignite the love of learning. This is flexible, it is innovative, and it is not traditional. Number 3, we are built to scale. We are launching this fall with 100 students, and we've designed this model to grow, not just within ASU Prep, but around Arizona and beyond. This is an inclusive, a flexible, and a future-ready model. This is high school reimagined. This is for students who desire more autonomy, more relevance, and more impact.
Warning, this has only one type of intelligence, human intelligence. My name is Andrea Cook. I am from Central Middle School, home of the Warhawks, Kansas City Public Schools in Kansas City, Missouri. And I want to welcome you all to the intergenerational window. Now, what is the intergenerational window? It is a collaboration model that is for pre-K to grade, actually driven by interactive podcasts. What does that mean? Well, what we do is we have students who actually reach out via podcast to adults to teach them how to use tech. And what do the adults do, or the older adults do? They actually reach out using that same podcast in order for them to teach our students soft skills. So everyone is learning. And here at Central Middle School, we have had the podcast for over a year, and we know that this model is
for accessing AI and increasing AI literacy and fluency for all stakeholders in our district. Additionally, we have developed our own 7-unit learning module system for school board members, site and district administrators, educators, and support staff.
Our holistic, pragmatic approach to implementing AI is going to transform our district and be a model for others in the state of California as well as across the nation.
Good evening. My name is Khalil Al-Sagir. I'm a multilingual consultant at Wayne Risa.
Hello. Jeffrey Moore, Director of Instruction, Van Buren Public Schools.
Good evening. Beth Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent, Wayne Risa. We serve over 260,000 students in Michigan, of which 14% are English language learners, representing over 40 languages. And traditional translation tools have left families disconnected. In partnership with Van Buren Public Schools, we're leveraging AI-powered interpretation devices to transform multilingual engagement.
By piloting technologies like these from Time Kettle for the purpose of real-time spoken translation, we've empowered educators to connect with our families in new and meaningful ways. At Belleville High School, go Tigers, we've seen firsthand how these tools have allowed to create a sense of belonging, build relationships, and promote a culture of inclusivity.
This technology moves us beyond simple translation and into meaningful interpretation, an opportunity for all families, regardless of language, to be engaged and to engage in a meaningful way, a chance to hear and to be heard. Thank you.
Yes. So I think for those of you who know me in the room, I always say educators are innovators and entrepreneurs in our own right, and this is the manifestation of just that. Please give them another round of applause. So our judges had the chance to review all of the materials, and they selected the top 2 in this category who will do their 3-minute pitch. And so if I call your name, please step to the front as one of the top 2. And if I do not call your name, please step to the side and take your seats. But know that we are so incredibly grateful for all that you do for students in your communities. Y'all ready? Woo! Are y'all ready? Okay. The top 2 are, first, HBCU Early College Prep, New York City Public Schools. Congratulations. And the next is Torrance Unified School District. Thank you all. Thank you all. Turn to your seats. All right, so I got a few instructions. Y'all gonna stay with me for just a couple of minutes? Okay. So now that we have our first 2, I'm gonna first ask HBCU Early College Prep to step to the front. I'm gonna have Torrance, I'm gonna have you step right next to this table. And when you all are ready to start, you will have 3 minutes to talk to them about your impact and what you will do for students across the country.
I remember the first time, I remember the first time that I stepped onto an HBCU campus. The sounds of marching bands, the air echoed with students marching in Greek letters, their identities not just seen, but celebrated. In that moment, I knew for the first time in my educational journey, I felt home. I wasn't shrinking. I wasn't questioning whether or not college was for me. I saw a future filled with doctors, lawyers, engineers, and educators who looked like me. But for most brilliant scholars of color, they don't get to have that feeling. Not because they lack potential, but because they lack the support, especially in early college years, where the stakes are high and the structure is new. Let me ask you something. By a show of hands, how many of you know of a brilliant young person that is having trouble persisting through high school? How many of you have seen students fail behind, not because they were incapable, but because they didn't know where to turn? That's what's happening to many of our early college students. They're navigating dual enrollment, balancing jobs, and family as well as coursework, and often without a roadmap. Nationally, persistence rates for early college students of color drop by 25% after the first year. At HBCU Early College Prep, we anticipate that over 60% of our students will be first-generation college students. They don't just need access, they need a guide. That's why it's important to have virtual success coaching. In partnership with Delaware State University, an HBCU leader in student retention, this isn't just mentoring, it's strategic tech-enabled guidance embedded in a student's journey. Here's what it includes. Virtual academic advising, responsive mentorship, early intervention. In the innovation, well, these are coaches that are not just support staff. They are Delaware State University faculty members who see students virtually but will also be a familiar face when they transition full-time to college. This model is already showing exceptional results at Delaware State with their freshmen, with 75% retention rate. This program will also save students over $68,000 a year if they're able to achieve their associate's degree within 2 years. If you believe, because we also know that if someone is in their corner, they don't just survive, they succeed. So now we need you. If you believe in equity, say I'm in. Amen. If you believe that students of color deserve a seat at the table, let me hear you say I'm in. Amen. Let's go. Let's invest in this next generation of students to ensure that they have academic success through virtual success coaching. Thank you.
All right, we're right on.
All right. Yes, thank
All
you
right.
so much, HBCU Early College Prep. Congratulations. Torrance Unified, step forward. Your time will begin when you're ready.
Walk with me. Imagine you're a struggling student, an overwhelmed teacher, an administrator struggling to get tasks done. In Torrance Unified, we're promoting AI literacy and fluency to ensure digital equity and access across our district.
We surveyed students and teachers during the 23-24 school year and realized that our student and educator use of AI was well below the national average. Why was this the case? To build or to avoid the digital divide, students must develop AI literacy and fluency, a process that we ultimately believe begins with educators and administrators. Thus, our AI task force was formed.
One of the cornerstone achievements of our AI task force was the AI exploration program. Educators have access to internally developed modules and training and other materials in order to increase their knowledge of AI.
This exploration program is redefining the ways that students are learning and transforming educator impact. Beyond the cohort, Torrance Unified has created a digital asynchronous AI literacy initiative that has custom-built quizzes, webinars, custom AI and GPT prompts, video tutorials, discussion forums, and digital capstone projects.
And the application of these proprietary modules represents groundbreaking use of technology for our district to address the critical area of AI, critical media literacy. Throughout evaluation rubrics, surveys, and interviews, we've identified that 28% of our students have increased AI use this year, 38% of our teachers have increased AI use this year, and 89% of our teachers have reported that students are more engaged during the work. They also report that one teacher said, "I love the ability to facilitate virtual analytical book discussions," and that student monitoring in real time is very effective.
The reality is that we may not be replaced by AI, but our students might be replaced by somebody who knows how to use it. Further data suggests that 65% of our students whose teachers are in the cohort report that having access to artificial intelligence has helped enhance their own learning. Aside from school, feedback from students about using AI also includes help with things I don't understand, to emotional support, to vegetarian recipes. The data that we gathered has provided valuable commentary on how AI integration is increasing AI literacy across our school communities. By continuously inviting feedback from students, families, teachers, and administrators, we are constantly reimagining the future of our AI exploration program and literacy initiative for our district.
And through the data collection, it's able to drive nuances in how we can improve our programs. We're establishing a blueprint for districts across the country for how they can implement and increase student use and adoption for AI. Additionally, this program has helped inclusion by engaging diverse stakeholders and perspectives.
In our district, our AI committee was composed of educators across all grade levels, parent representation, administrators, directors, our educational technology team, and CTO, all of whom have provided invaluable insights. Our current cohort has teachers from 2nd to 12th grade representing content areas including, but not limited to, English language development, special education, advanced placement, and world language.
Our approach to adoption has really led to the increased ability for us to provide support while people learn and adopt this system-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You can have your seat. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much to our idea category top 2. You can go ahead and take your seats. So as you probably saw, our judges were listening and taking notes as you shared, but we're not quite ready to reveal the winner. Next, we'll hear from our finalists in the impact category. So will the top 4 for our impact category please join us on stage?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right. We're going to change it up this time and start from this side. So again, we'll ask each of you to do a brief introduction about 1 minute of who you are and what your project is. And we'll start with One Stone Lab School.
Good evening. My name is Celeste Bolin, and I'm the Executive Director of the One Stone Lab School in Boise, Idaho. The program we've developed, Living in Beta, is a multi-year journey where students explore who they are, what they care about, and how they live and learn with greater purpose and intention. We've deployed this in 9 schools and over 1,500 students across the nation, 98% of which say if they complete the Living in Beta program, they feel confident about pursuing their future. We're in the middle of a mental health crisis, and it's growing, at the core of which is evidence that students do not feel a sense of purpose, and they are stressed about their futures all of the time. Through a combination of mentorship, real-world experiences, and passion projects, students build skills and a mindset to design a life driven by curiosity, purpose, and meaning. We have found that through 10 years of working with teens in mentorship and wayfinding, when students connect their learning to who they are and who they want to become, they don't just engage in school, they thrive in life and push beyond our expectations.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Farrell. I'm the co-founder and head of school at South Bronx Community Charter High School.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asia Cruz, and I'm the founding career team lead at South Bronx Community Charter High School.
My name is John Clemente, and I'm the co-founder and executive director. At South Bronx Community, we believe in the radical power of community to support every young person to design their future. This has never been more urgent than now in an era that is shaped by isolation and disenfranchisement. Internships and service are woven into the fabric of our school, empowering students to grow while giving back, powered by community-based mentors.
Who gets to teach matters. At South Bronx Community, we believe that schools should reflect the communities we serve. Community beacons are young professionals from the community, like me, that serve as lifelong mentors for our scholars and connect them to work-based learning opportunities.
How we center young people's experiences and interests matters. Our mentors recognize each student's individual brilliance and support them to discover what they love and what they bring to the table. Through mentoring relationships and immersive work-based learning experiences, we support our students to build strong, integrated identities, ones that set them up for a family-sustaining career. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Stone. I'm the Vice President of Innovative Learning for the Public Education Foundation in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the co-founder of Fabfolio.
Hello, my name is Jim David. I'm the principal at STEM School Chattanooga in Tennessee. What if students could actually show what they can actually truly do? Not through grades, not through transcripts, but real work, real skills, and real growth. For far too long, education has relied on tests and transcripts, but employers today are actually looking for more than just knowledge. They're looking for creative thinkers, innovators, problem solvers. And the truth is, the traditional report card just doesn't capture that. That's where Fabfolio comes in, a web-based app. Inspired by work with MIT's Center for Bits and Atoms and developed through a digital fabrication leadership cohort, Fabfolio actually helps kids track meaningful learning, projects, certification, hands-on builds, career connection pathways with local businesses, and turns them into living, shareable stories of what students can actually do. But it's more than actually a portfolio. Fabfolio actually helps students become more aware. They actually start to understand what they enjoy. They start to look at their own strengths and their connections to local businesses and take ownership of their own future. For employers, this actually means seeing real experience, not just a resume, but actual evidence of problem solving, innovation, and leadership. Fabfolio, because education isn't just about knowledge, it's about what you can do and who you're becoming. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Young, and I'm Chief of Staff at the Utah State Board of Education. I'm joined here by Matt Winters, our AI specialist. Now, we're not going to tell you how long we've been in education, but I will share that when Matt started teaching, smart boards were the next big thing. And when I started teaching, we were debating if Google was a reliable education tool. How far we have come.
Today, we're proud to share Empowering Utah Educators AI for K-12 Education, a statewide initiative preparing 672,000 students and educators to thrive in an AI-powered world.
With a $500,000 investment from a company in Utah, we launched 6 statewide AI summits for our educators and our leaders in K-12. We developed Utah's first P12 AI framework and introduced AI literacy and career pathways, ensuring that every student, from the Wasatch Front to the rural counties of Utah, have access to future-ready skills and learning.
Throughout the program, educators report a 90% increase in confidence using artificial intelligence, and we built a scalable model that others can learn from. Utah is showing what's possible when a state leads with bold innovation. Thank you for the opportunity to be considered for this highlight. We are honored.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. And you can take your seat. Thank you so much. And you can stay right there. I said take your seats. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. All right, so these wonderful judges, before they got to San Diego, they again reviewed all of your materials and they have selected the top 2. If I call your name, please step to the front, and if I do not, please take your seat, okay? All right, and so the top 2 are, first, South Bronx Community Charter High School. Congratulations. And the next is the Utah State Board of Education. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, this is round 2. You ready? So we're going to have the South Bronx Community Charter High School. You're going to do your pitch, 3 minutes. The countdown clock is in front of you, and it will start when you are ready.
At South Bronx Community, we built a best-in-class work-based learning ecosystem, ensuring every student completes an internship before graduation. This work is deeply personal to me. I grew up just 2 blocks away from our school on Washington Ave, raised by my grandmother after losing both of my parents at a young age. Life wasn't easy, and I had to learn outside the classroom how to take control of my future. It was through self-advocacy that I found opportunities like Summer Search that led me to become a Posse Scholar and graduate from Wheaton College. These experiences taught me the power of perseverance and community, and they inspired me to create a school that equips students in my neighborhood with those same tools. When John and Natalie spoke about South Bronx community, they emphasized not just academics, but also social-emotional learning. Having lived through this firsthand, I understood the importance of those skills. That's why I dedicated myself to building our work-based learning program, which opens doors, many doors, for our students and supports them to become stronger versions of themselves. It is an honor to give our students and alumni the opportunities I needed as a teenager.
At the heart of our approach is the radical power of community, something that has never been more essential than now. In these times of isolation and uncertainty, radical community offers healing. It creates safety where young people can take risks, fail, and learn. And it opens up opportunity through local work-based learning partnerships. Our unique staffing model plays a key role in our students' success. Educators like Asia, who are talented young professionals from the Bronx, work one-on-one with our students from the moment they walk through our doors until the moment they graduate. This mentoring relationship forms the foundation of a strong work-based learning ecosystem. As students explore their passions and interests through a multitude of work-based learning experiences enabled by first-in-class work-based learning platforms, they are building durable skills, self-advocacy, collaboration, confidence, applying those skills through rigorous interdisciplinary projects, and reflecting on their growth through powerful annual culminating gateway presentations.
So we're tackling a triple threat crisis: a rising mental health crisis, historic educator burnout, and an outdated system that doesn't prepare students for today's workforce. 40% of high schoolers last year reported feelings of persistent sadness and loneliness, and over 57,000 educators left the field. That's the highest number since the pandemic. Meanwhile, employers seek durable skills like leadership and personal responsibility that schools rarely teach. In the nation's poorest congressional district, we have a 90% graduation persistence rate. Every student completes a 60-hour internship, graduates with college credit, and a personalized post-secondary plan. We're also building a pipeline for young professionals of color to enter and thrive in education careers. We've shown that bridging K-12 and the workforce is possible. With 30+ workforce partners, we deliver real-world learning and mentorship. We're ready to scale this model, bringing talented education members to the education workforce and personalized advising to students to realize their own economic freedom and agency. We tell our students, skill up.
Design your future.
Be epic. Thank you.
All right, so thank you to South Bronx Community Charter High School. I'll ask that you step back, and then Utah, you can start when you're ready.
Thank you. So our work began with a clear challenge. Utah educators lacked awareness, resources, and policy guidance to integrate AI effectively into our schools. In Utah, we're proud to grow our own, so this was not the future we saw for our students in our state. We used surveys and interviews to identify the key gaps, especially in rural and underserved communities, and saw a massive opportunity to build statewide AI readiness. In response, the Utah State Board of Education created a statewide AI strategy that prioritized access, equity, and sustainability. We hosted 6 regional AI summits, reaching over 600 educators across all 41 school districts and charter schools in Utah. From those sessions, we captured real-time insights and co-developed Utah's AI framework for K-12 education, giving schools a foundation for ethical, effective integration. Most importantly, we embedded AI literacy coursework and career pathways that equip students with real-world AI literacy, regardless of zip code or background.
From the start, we focused on choosing the right tools, not just flashy tech. We ran a competitive process that prioritized usability, affordability, data privacy, and alignment with Utah's instructional goals. That's how we selected platforms like School AI, Magic School, and Skillstruct's Chat for School, which directly empower educators to enhance learning without overloading them. The results? We saw a 90% increase in educator confidence with AI, strong demand for ongoing training, and widespread adoption across both urban and rural areas. This initiative isn't just a pilot, it's a replicable model. We built a system of support, tools, and policies that other states are already exploring.
We built this initiative through constant feedback loops, surveys, focus groups, stakeholder interviews, and then used AI tools to analyze those insights and help us refine our approach. Inclusion was key. Students, teachers, and community members shaped the coursework, policy, and tools, and we're not stopping there. Utah's providing that statewide equitable AI adoption is possible. And not only is a model that's built to grow and be shared, but also helps to set the stage for not just Utah, but for all of our students across the United States to be able to have access to the future skills of tomorrow. Thank you for considering our project and work, and thank you to our fellow awardees in this category. You guys were awesome.
All right. So you all can go back to your seats. And so our judges are listening, they were taking notes, right, judges? Okay, all right. And so while they do that, I'm thrilled to welcome 4 people to the stage. Cora, Stephanie, Dariana, and Treya from our Power by partners. And as I said at the top of our time, they're gonna share a little bit about what they've been inspired by and some of the innovations that are keeping them up at night and getting them up in the morning. Thank you, ladies, for coming to join us, and we will turn it over to you.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, after several days being here at the summit, we've seen a lot of innovations. And so in thinking about the innovations over the past 12 months that I've been exposed to, there's one that's really inspiring to me, and that's eCadence. You may have seen it around. I think they're here. They are deeply committed in what they have in their AI-powered learning platform embodies their deep commitment to co-design, right? And so it's through that approach of co-designing solutions in partnership with the districts that they are serving that they've been able to not only create just one innovation, right, but really a system of innovations that are co-created, that meet the needs of the districts that they are working with. And so with the things that we've seen here and the inspiration, just witnessing all of the passion that these innovators have, it is truly inspiring. And it was one of the reasons why Digital Promise is a Powered by partner. Because at Digital Promise, we work with educators, researchers, community members to truly partner together, working across the ecosystem to develop and lift up, scale the type of innovations that we've seen and witnessed here. And so that's why we are at Digital Promise truly thrilled to be a Powered by partner.
Thanks for starting us off. Hi, everyone. My name is Treya Hutchings. I'm the Managing Director for the Sector and Capacity Building Portfolio at Innovate EDU. And I wanted to shine a light on the innovation that no one at ASU GSV is talking about, AI. Just kidding. But the innovation I do want to talk about is not really focused on AI, even though that was the center point. It was really focused on the humans around it. So the Educating All Learners Alliance last May created a space for educators and policymakers and organizations to come together around a key idea surrounding AI, but it was through the lens of supporting students with disabilities. And so they created a policy paper that defined how can we support, what's our level of support, what do we need to be doing to prioritize students in this way. So I was very impressed by that work and that innovation, but really how they came together in this work. And since then, they also created an online course to support educators in the classroom that touches on things that were mentioned within that policy brief, as well as a train the trainer model, which I think is really innovative in the the schools across the US to help educators bring these innovations into classrooms. Innovate EDU has a long history of supporting innovations. That's actually how the Educating All Learners was created over Zoom during the pandemic, because special educators didn't know, how can I support my students? Who should I be turning to? Who's the expert in the room? And Innovate EDU stepped up to bring these people together, and we continue to support innovations like these. So we're so honored to be here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Dariana Castro. I focus on strategic partnerships at Transcend. I just continue to be so incredibly energized and inspired by the innovation that's happening in rural communities. An example of that is the incredible work that the Southern Berkshire School District is doing in Berkshire County in Massachusetts. They went on a design journey as part of our rural school design community cohort, where they wanted to bring more relevance to the classrooms. They wanted to connect students to more of like what is actually happening in the community and engage young people in being active participants in solving the challenges in the community. And so they developed an instructional space called Berk Studios, and the young people in that space are focused on addressing the housing crisis in their small rural community. The young people in that work are, not only are they doing really deep research, but they're actually trying to figure out how to do about this, and they're pushing the envelope and asking questions that some of the adults haven't really been successful in. In fact, they just secured donated land that they're now thinking about what they're going to design in that space so that their teachers can actually live in the community that they don't have access to today. I really we at Transcend really believe in the power and the incredible innovation that is already happening in rural communities, and we think that they're ripe for innovation with so much conviction for change. We continue to show up in this space because at Transcend, we really just believe that innovation is not the thing that's gonna happen later, but it's happening. And what we need to do is make it visible, invest in it, and spread it. So really excited to be here again.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Cardella. I'm the Executive Director of Learning and Innovation for Leap Innovations. And we're so excited to be here as a Powered Pie partner. There's a palpable feel in the room of the innovation that each of you have shared, and that's what we're about. It is about local context, driving change. Change for educators, change for teachers, change for leaders, and change for students. And we do that by helping schools work through and navigate personalized learning, navigate AI, and really find ways to elevate student voice, joy, and opportunities for innovation. So my favorite thing that I've seen this year, and this was a hard one, I'm in schools on a weekly basis, comes from a high school just outside of Chicago. And they started an AI research group that was department heads and teachers and leaders. And the best part of it was they invited a student. Colin was a senior. He was also a member of their student technology team, where he was charged with fixing Chromebooks and also delivering them. And during our work, he unpacked articles, sat there, shared his ideas, put his hand in the air. And the best part about that was that not only was he true, he found his voice. And the educators in the room created a safe place for him to come to the table. And part of our work together was using PlayLab AI to go ahead and develop a chatbot. And each member of our AI task force or AI research group was charged with creating a chatbot to solve an opportunity that they had. So something that was a problem for them that was a hurdle. And Colin was right along his teacher peers, I guess, and he created 2 apps that were pretty amazing. The first was he realized that some of his sophomore student tech specialists didn't know the building as well as he did. So the first app he created was, how can I efficiently create a map in a delivery zone to deliver the fixed Chromebooks? That was the first one. And the second one was, he was studying for his Google certification, and he created an app for a study buddy to help quiz himself and quiz his partners and his peers to help with that. Well, the teachers in the room were so excited by his innovation of the study buddy that they remixed it, or like a Google Doc made a copy. And now we have an AP French study buddy, we have a Chem Unit study buddy. And the innovation here is, of course, the AI. It allowed him to do opportunities and efficiencies that we couldn't do before. but it was that there was a space for joy, a space for voice, a space for him to show up at the table and be seen. And that's what we do at Leap Innovations. We're about working side by side from the ground up and co-designing through a process. We believe strongly in designing with, by, and for. And so we're so excited and proud of all the work that we've seen here tonight and continue to do so. So thank you so much.
All right, it is about that time. I know you all have been patiently waiting. So the judges, and you saw that I stayed out of that room. I love all of y'all, from our folks in Michigan to our Google GSV fellows, to all the superintendents and principals that I've built relationships with. So listen, this was something that we are relying on these expert judges to choose for us, and we're excited to celebrate all of you, like we said at the top. But let's start with our idea winner. You ready? We're getting loopy. The winner of the idea category is HBCU Early College Prep. Everybody taking pictures, so put your pictures in. All right, we're gonna have you stay on the stage, but just step right to the side. And we are going to announce the impact winner. Drum roll, you started the drum roll, so you gotta keep it going. All right. The winner is Utah State Board of Education. So one, I want to say first and foremost, all of our finalists are winners, and most importantly, all of our students are, because they have you as education leaders who are committed to their growth and their development. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. It's not lost on us on what it takes, not simply to apply for an award, but I think the bigger thing is to share your innovations with our community, and that's the thing that we are so grateful for. And so thank you for being here today. I would love for all of our finalists to come up. We want to get a photo with all of you. And to our community here, thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks, folks.